Hey, hey, what up, what up? What's going on, everybody? It is April 3rd, folks. How about that? This month is kicking off quick. Good to be here. Good to see you guys. And as always, I am joined by the lovely Mama Bear as my co host today. Can't get any better than that. It is so great to see you guys. Thank you all for joining us Friday. It was a good time, but back to the business today. Is Bryan Kohberger innocent? I don't know. What do you think? We're going to talk about what we think and what you think today, folks. So, what do you say we get the ball rolling? Let's do this. What the hell just happened?
That's what I was wondering.
That's crazy. Okay.
Well,
Oh. Oh, I see what happened here. Aha. Hello.
hi.
God. So technical tarded. One of these days I'll have all this stuff working right with no worries. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you, Mama Bear?
I'm good.
Good to see ya. Hope you had a great weekend. Happy Monday to you.
Wasn't too bad.
I think I only had one day. Sunday, we had no power at all. Saturday, of course, because of these stupid storms.
Yeah.
My internet did not go out one time Saturday, but I had no power to run it. So how about that one?
Um, get ready because round two's coming.
I don't even want to think about it. I already know. I'm so sick of this crap already. How is everybody doing today? Let's see who we got here. Kiki, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Strike first, little bro. What's up? I hope your husband's doing well, Kiki. Hope everything's going good. Hope you had a great weekend. Miss Kim Marin, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Heather, always happy to see you. There's that true crime with Dago guy again, whatever. Let's see here. Mama Bear, always happy to have you here with us. And Miss Brandy's in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Miss Brandy. Come on in, guys. I don't know if we are, if we're not. I heard we are supposed to get something else, Kim, so who knows? I don't doubt it because we're always having some kind of crazy, stupid weather nowadays. So,
It's supposed to be almost 80 degrees tomorrow, and
yep,
then it drops to 50. So it's the cold and the heat mixing again. So we get
yep.
those
Cold
good
fronts.
old tornadic storms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
And
again,
Tornado Alley has actually shifted, and now Indiana's included in that.
yeah, well, so is Ohio. We're there. Ohio, Michigan, Indiana, we're all in that boat now. So, yeah, it's been quite an interesting, very, very interesting few weeks to say the very least.
Yeah.
I have not had any responses from her,
Hmm.
Kiki. As I had said, um, I think she's taken an extended version, like an extended break from YouTube because she had some some personal, uh, like some personal issues in her family that she wasn't dealing with very well. Some losses, as Charlene had put it, her daughter, and that I don't think the YouTube was helping. So I think she was taking a break from the YouTube, and then I think from what Charlene had said that she had started working again and was doing that, so she wasn't didn't really have much time. So um, there's that. But let me see something here. I'm just checking to be sure. Yes, she hasn't even been on here to be honest with you.
Yeah, I didn't think so either.
To even see these on Messenger. So she's just. I'm gonna give it a couple days and try to get in contact with Charlene again just to make sure she's okay. That's the one thing I do worry about. So I try not to crowd her when if she's taking a break. There's a reason. You know what I mean? She needs to like detach from it, I guess. And give herself a break. So I don't like to get personal and be pushy, but at the same time I worry about her. So what's up, Popper? Good to see you, brother. Thanks for jumping in today. Or your eyes. I see your eyes.
Just your eyes.
Just your eyes. He's watching us from the corner. All secretly.
Creepy.
Yes. Thank you. And I never did change that up. I was wondering what looked different. Thank you, Heather. Guys, if you would like to, please be sure to subscribe to Mama Bear's channel, please. Crime Time with Mama Bear. It's very appreciated. She works very hard at everything she does, as we all know. And there he is. There's the mascot. What's up, little bean? Little bean.
Thank you, Heather.
Kitty boy. He's like, Mom, you're live. You didn't tell me. Come on.
Yeah, I had a virtual doctor's appointment this morning, and he was right there in the camera of my phone. He's like, "Oh, Kitty."
Right. That's what he does. He's like, wait a minute. You're supposed to let me know when you go live. I got to be there too.
Right.
What are you doing, buddy? Kitty. He's like, what do you think I'm doing? I'm getting the rubbins and the pettings. Because she's mine, not yours. So when you're live, I'm live. Isn't that right, Kitty? Yep. He's so cute. I want you to put him in a box with air holes and send him to me. I want to hug him and like pet him and stuff. I don't know what my deal is with cats. I mean, I love cats, but I get this thing with him. Like, doesn't he look soft?
Meow.
Doesn't he look soft?
Yeah.
He looks like a giant, like.
But he looks like he's mad.
That's how they all look. They always look like they're irritated.
He's like, meow.
On the mic. What's up, Mikey? Good to see you, brother. He's adorable, I know. I wish I could. Oliver will sit like that for a while. The other one, she'll have nothing. Hold on a minute. What are you doing? Say hi and go. Say hi and go. No.
Hi.
And now go. Thank you. She said looking lovely today. Yeah, you're a little more dressy looking today than normal.
I can't.
I just got a tank top on and a sweater. Just didn't put the sweatshirt on.
I guess that's what it is. Yes, so Mr. Caden's home till the 11th, so.
And I'm never going to leave you alone.
Oh, yes, you will. What's up, Drifter? Good to see you, brother.
That's a whole week.
He is cute. He's cute. Yeah, he just looks like a big puffy squish thing. I don't know.
He'll stay here as long as I let him.
I know he will. He's happy and content. That's why. He's like, I have my mom. I can hear him purring again. I think. No, that came from the other direction. All right, maybe not. Anyway, he's got a loud purr motor, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Right, come on in, guys. Get comfy. Yeah, we got a new one, or an interesting one to talk about today. It's Bryan Kohberger Innocent. I want to know what you guys think, and we will talk about it for sure. I got another audio clip that we're going to listen to as well. Some of you guys may have heard it. I hadn't heard it this defined, so we're going to check that out. talk about some things in this case that could point to the fact that he might be innocent, to be honest with you. Not saying that I believe he is or he isn't, but we're going to talk about it for sure once we get everybody on in here. What do you think, Little Bean? You think he's innocent? Oh, see, you flexed his claw.
Absolutely not.
He's like, what do you think, Ma? What am I supposed to say to that one? Are his eyes yellow? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing, kitty? Don't even care. He's like, I got my mom. Leave me alone. I'm good to go. Thank you, Miss Heather.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Anybody that would consider supporting the channel, anything is appreciated via Venmo, Cash App, and or PayPal. And I thank you all so very much for anybody that has donated here in the past. It is so appreciated. Everything has been handled with my wife's license. That's good to go for a while now. We're happy with that, and moving on to the next scenario. Right. So always something in this house. It's always something. Thank you, Heather.
Mom, disability. Oh
my God. You have no idea. Well, yeah, you do because you're with me every day. But I'm just saying.
Come on, we need that back pay.
Right. That's no lie. That is no lie. Excuse me for one moment. I gotta grab something real quick. I'll be right back if you don't mind.
Okay. Hi, everybody. If I didn't say that, I know I said hi. I don't know if I said hi to everybody. Yikes. That doesn't sound good, Kiki. Yeah, sometimes some of that can. So, you guys want to hear something ridiculous? So, you know, my finger, I had that teeny tiny little surgery on. I looked at the EOB the other day just out of curiosity because it popped up and said it had, been processed. Because they did it in an actual surgical facility and basically, I assume, a operating room, it was $13,000 to remove that teeny tiny bump from my knuckle. $13,000 for the teeny tiny.
Let me see it.
It's still purple.
Is that still marker?
You think it's still marker?
Or is that bruise?
I'm not sure.
I think that's bruising. Yeah, it looks pretty good though.
Yeah.
The scar doesn't, you can't even hardly see it.
Mm-mm.
That's insane that costs that. Like, we could have done that for probably $15.
Right? Well, my sister, she's a surgical tech, and she's like, that's ridiculous.
It is insane.
That could have been done in the office for a couple $100.
Exactly. Thank you, Heather. Well,
that's what I thought was going to happen.
They probably charged you most for the local anesthetic for that. I'll be honest with you. I'm sure they numbed it with something.
Oh, yeah. The usual, what is it? Novocaine or
lidocaine or something like that.
There we go.
Lidocaine. See, you can almost there's certain types of stuff like that you can get over the counter now. There's even a medication you can use. It's not really a medication, but it kind of is. Tattoo artists use it now, and it numbs where you get your tattoo done out, and it's actually almost strong enough to do something like that. But you'd want to have it done right. That way you take the right thing and the wrong, take something out. Like, oh, wait, what? No, that's her knuckle. Put that back. You know what I mean? They don't want to I'm just saying, that could be bad. So, yeah. But, I mean, that's it. $13,000 is a car, guys.
Yeah.
It's a car. They charged her the price of a car to take
It
out
was-
a thing out of her finger.
Yeah, and it was like, I don't know, a quarter of an inch big. I mean,
It's probably like 3 millimeter, 4 millimeters. Typically, what they measure them at when they're that. I mean, that's insane. That is
I
completely
about
insane.
fell out of my chair.
Heather says robbery. It is fact. Robbery, folks. This is what our medical system does to us nowadays. Between big pharma, surgical, I mean, all of it. It's insane.
Yeah.
They started, that they started, Caden's doctor. He sees a specialty doctor for his oppositional defiant disorder, the ADHD, all the other stuff, right? So he sees a therapist and he sees a psychiatrist as well. So the psychiatrist was doing the I can't think of the name of what they call it, but they're phone med visits. You do a video over the phone and so on and so forth, right?
Like my video visit.
Said because of COVID. Well, COVID's still going on, okay, but like very shortly, way before they should have, I'll put it this way, they started wanting him to come back in the office, and I'm like, I'm not comfortable with that. If we can still do this telemed stuff, then we can do it from here. You don't need to do any physical thing to him. You can't, there's no, you're not a DO or an MD. There's nothing you need to physically see him over the phone. Well, for insurance purposes, I said, there it is. I knew it, and they didn't say it the way they think. She probably would have got fired if she'd have said it that way. But what it is they can't charge for an office visit if he doesn't come to the office. So there's that charge. Then there's the charge to talk to him. You can talk to him over the phone. Well, I guess there was a whole thing. I read an article, a whole big to-do about this, that doctors' offices were losing money over COVID because they weren't doing in-office visits. And that was a whole big thing with insurance companies they were charging. So it made sense to me then that's why she wanted to start seeing him in office. And I'm like, I don't want to bring him in yet. I'm not ready for him to be around other people to possibly contract this crap and so on and so forth. So no. They refused to see him for a while until I called and I said, you can't do this. This child's on a specific medication. As long as we're talking over the phone, it worked the same way before. Why can't we do that?
Goodness gracious, Kim.
No.
I see. Excuse me. It was for my neurologist for my narcolepsy.
Mm-hmm.
She's good. She's like, as long as I physically see you once a year, she said, I'm good doing virtual visits every 3 months. I'm like, perfect.
That's how my other doctor's been too. So I'm not.
I'd just soon do them all like that.
Me too. It's a lot easier. Unless you have to actually physically be seen for something, then, there's no point in going to the office. There really isn't.
Yeah.
Counselor's 95 on the phone. Yeah, see, that's not that bad. They charge at his office visits are like $350. And then he has to see a nurse while he's there. That's another $150. And then he has to see something else. I can't remember. Thank God that we were able to get, he has insurance for himself. Of course, they don't cover me at Brandy. I wish they would, because things would be a hell of a lot easier on us. But he's got his own insurance, but it's nice. Otherwise, we would be broke. Okay, his medication. Take just a wild guess at what a 1 month supply of his methylphenidate, what his medication costs if you pay out of pocket.
I don't even want to. Probably, I'm trying to think. My narcolepsy medicine is that I'm on right now. I think it was almost $900.
$1,585 for 30 pills, guys.
Yep.
Nope. No.
Yep.
Oh, I absolutely, Heather. When I had this surgery here done, $175,000. $175,000 is what that cost for me to be in the hospital for 5 damn days.
I told my sister when I saw that EOB on my finger, I told her, I was like, I don't even think labor and delivery costs that much.
Exactly.
That was twins.
These inhaler things, these are ridiculous expensive. I try not
Yeah.
to use them as often as I don't have to. That way I don't run out of them. You know what I mean? And I don't
Right.
have to use them too often. When I'm getting sick or been sick, it's a lot more. But when I'm not, it's usually pretty decent. So, because those come out of pocket, those aren't insurance covered.
Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
That's what I'm trying so hard. That's the other thing is if this disability goes through, I will get insurance through the
Oh,
state.
cool.
And then Brandy can get her insurance through work, and it'll be cheap.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. All of that medication stuff is expensive. Caden's only on one, thank God. He was on one when he was younger, not Klonopin, something else that would help him sleep. It didn't work. That one was like $800 for a month supply of that too. It was just insane.
Mm-hmm.
Medicaid's over 100, right? I got you, Kim. One moment.
Kim, I think it's been about 2 years ago now. If I remember right. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Kim, the reason my sister didn't do it is because she's a surgical tech. She's the one that assists the surgeon. She doesn't actually do the surgery. I don't know if I would trust her to do the actual surgery or not. I hope so, because it'll be a huge, huge, huge relief for them. Yeah. Kiki, do you use like the prescription discount cards and stuff like that? Something else you can do is you can, I bet, Kim, I bet. Yeah. For medicines, you can go to the website for the specific manufacturer. Like, I can't even think of any right now off the top of my head. We'll just say Johnson & Johnson. So you would go to their website, and they usually have a patient assistance program or something along those lines where you can either get the medication free or discounts, coupons, different things like that. So you might check into that. I know I used to help when I worked in the medical field. I used to help a lot of our elderly patients get that kind of stuff to help them pay for their medicines and things. So that's out there.
Sorry, folks. That was Mrs. Dago. She was on her break. All right. Well, we got 13 peeps. Nobody is here today. Thank you, by the way, folks, for those of you that were with us on Friday. Appreciate that. I hope you guys had a good time. I did. I applied, Kim. This past November was a year, so we're moving into
almost a year and a half.
Yeah.
Okay,
I went through the whole to do with it and all that stuff. So of course I was denied. They say everybody gets denied, and then I have an attorney, and here he comes. And now I'm at the point where I'm going to court for it. And they said that when you get to this point, if you're going to court in front of the judge and all that, he's showing all of us his boohoo.
Yeah.
It does too. Every time, like, look at this, everybody. That there's a 95% approval rate on that. So hopefully, I pray to God that it happens.
And she said it took about 2 years to get hers. So a
One
little
moment.
bit longer. Woohoo!
All right. All right. That's kind of what they told me too, Kim. Thank you, Heather. Anybody that would feel free to want to tip Mama Bear, our lovely co-host, please feel free to do that. There is the Cash App and the PayPal app, if you would, please. Thank you. I
You're
hope,
welcome, Kiki.
I hope so, Kim, because that'll handle a whole bunch of issues, and my wife can take a little break and not have to struggle so bad. So. Retro pay was awesome. Yeah, that's what's going to be nice.
Yeah.
Because that's going to cover a bunch of things that need covered, and it'll be nice for you guys too, because of course this will all be replaced with working nice stuff that runs and stays running. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, and Michelle Wilkinson. Good to see you.
Hey,
And all the
Michelle.
rest of the peoples.
Hello, Molly.
I hope you're feeling better, Molly, dear. It's good to see you. And tonight, guys, don't forget to tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Central Time for Eastern Standard Time. What the hell did I just say?
I don't know.
Don't ignore me. Eastern, just go with Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We are doing the true story behind, and I've been watching this series, by the way. It almost made me later. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually really good. I knew the story. I know the story. Okay, the true story, I already know it. I've known it for years. But this series, like Caden's even into it. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's called The Act, guys. It's not an actual movie. It's like a 10 or 12 part miniseries or something.
Yeah.
And it's about the story behind Gypsy Rose and Dee Dee. What the hell's her last name? I just had it. Oh, it starts with a B. I'll get it here in a little bit. Anywho, and the mother had Munchausen's by proxy and made her daughter go through, and I mean extreme torturous issues, basically making her sick. She had a feeding tube. She kept her shape for
Blanchard. Thank you, Heather.
She
That
kept
would
her
drive me
younger, like years younger than what she was, and kept her in a wheelchair, which she could walk the whole time. All sorts of medical. She had surgeries done, folks, that didn't need to be done. And Blanchard, thank you, Heather. Gypsy Rose Blanchard is her real name, in real life, and that's what the TV series has too. And the mother's name was Dee Dee Blanchard. Guys, it's insane. I've seen cases of my ex-wife had Munchausen's. Okay, yeah, she had her teeth removed, all sorts of crazy things, and this girl was healthy. There was nothing wrong with her. I mean, she was underweight and all that kind of stuff because of the way that her mother dealt with her. But I mean, so they made a series called The Act, and there was another. I like there was a Lifetime movie that they had made about it years ago too. Check it out, folks. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight, wait till you see this. This is nuts. I cannot believe this. And then the little girl and her boyfriend ended up unaliving the mother. And the girl's in prison, which she's supposed to be getting out soon, I believe, isn't she? If she hasn't already. I thought she was getting out soon because I personally, I don't think she should have went to prison. I know it's wrong to unalive somebody, but this girl, like the mother, pushed her into a place that you couldn't imagine. December, Heather says, okay, that's what I thought. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Heather. Swear to God, Heather's like the wizard. You just boom, there it is. Boom, there it is.
Right.
So yeah,
Molly's footsteps. They're
right.
Both of them are tagging us left and right.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane for sure, guys, and very interesting to be honest with you. I had never heard anything like this before. Like I said, my ex-wife kind of had Munchausen's. Like but not in the way that this woman did. Like if they sneezed or coughed a little, she was dumping Benadryl and whatever down their throats and this and that and everything else. So I had to kind of put a stop to that. But this woman, like I said, her daughter had surgeries and feeding tubes and cancer treatments and all sorts of, had all of her teeth replaced and all sorts of crazy shit, guys, that she didn't need any of it.
Looks like HBO has a version called Mommy Dead and Dearest.
Yeah. Yep, that was it. I thought it was Lifetime, but you're right. Okay.
It's HBO.
Insanity, folks. It is absolute insanity. And it was mostly because this woman was getting, I mean, for those of you that don't understand how Munchausen's works, it's an attention thing, okay? And it's a feeling of needing to be needed per se, in a sense. You know what I mean? And it's just it was pure insanity, guys. Pure insanity. And the woman just, I feel bad that the woman died. But meanwhile, this girl's mind is just destroyed. Yeah. I mean, I've seen a few interviews with her. I'm going to show you that, in prison and stuff like that. And she seems more normal. When she first went into prison, she even acted as if she was like 14 years old, and even younger. Truthfully, she had that little girl, very high. I mean, she's got a high pitched voice to begin with, but like it seems almost like as if this made it worse because she had that 9-year-old little girl persona,
Right. I'm surprised they didn't, because to me, it was, in a sense, a form of self-defense.
That's what I thought. David James, what's up, brother? That's exactly what I thought. Welcome, Sherry. I think, if anything, they should have put her into maybe a mental institution to do a little bit of therapy that way. I mean, it is kind of self-defense if you look at it. This lady was pretty much could have looked at as in killing her.
Yeah.
One of these surgeries or something that it could have killed her if she didn't need it. The medications that she was taking could have killed her if she didn't need them.
Yeah, I saw this morning a 30-second clip from Dr. Phil, and she said something about threatening to smash her fingers with a hammer or something, and I was like, "What?"
Oh yeah. They were on Dr. Phil.
That part,
right? Exactly. So let me see something here real quick.
It just seems like self-defense would have.
That's my thought. I did never understand it ever.
Yeah.
Here, I'll give you guys, just to get you prepared in case you guys want to try to watch something of it tonight. I'm going to show you a quick trailer. It was on Hulu, I believe. But if you got a stick, you can pretty much pull up anything. Let me give you a quick trailer on that, and we will kick into what we're doing. I was kind of trying to wait for more people to jump in, but this might be all we got. So, and I don't want to drag everybody's day out. Hold on. And again,
this is the state's case.
This story is this one is the trailer for the series The Act. But there's other, you can look it up and you might be able to find other movies per se.
I think it's still on Hulu.
Yeah, I believe it is too. I was watching it through my View TV app, or through the other one I have too. And here we go, guys. Quick listen. Or did I not do that right? I didn't. Hold on 1 second. No problem, Heather. Take your time, dear. Okay, that will work that way. Good.
Right, Brandy?
In a lot of ways, I believe so, yes. But I think the mother probably needed some kind of mental help too, in my opinion. That's a mental illness, guys.
And I think Heather
was injured.
I think Heather posted something this morning that Dee Dee may have killed her own mother.
Yeah, that was talked about too. I didn't get a chance to look into that, but
I didn't either.
I had heard something about that. So here you go, guys, real quick, and then we'll get right back to it. I'll be there tonight. I gotta watch one episode before. Oh, no worries. The mother had Munchausen's by proxy. Right, Drift. Exactly. All right, here
Hi,
we go.
Griff.
She's got paraplegia, epilepsy, heart murmur, and she's allergic to sugar. Everything I do for her.
My mom is my best friend. All she wants to do is keep me safe. Gypsy!
Have you been able to confirm the girl's medical history?
Which part?
Any of it?
That's what being a mom is, never being sure you're doing the right thing, but doing it anyway.
With the Children's Division of Missouri Social Services.
Open. Gypsy's got the mind of a 7-year-old.
How old are you?
Oh, she's 15, born in 1995.
I thought you said I was born in 1993.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions, all right? Can you read?
Do you love me?
What are you giggling about?
I met my Prince Charming. Hi.
I never once disrespected my mama the way you do.
I'm so trapped. I can't tell anyone.
You can tell me. Nobody's gonna ever do more for you than I do.
She's never gonna let us be together.
Sooner or later, everybody knows everything about everyone.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard, how do you plead?
Brandy, your mom has it. You're muted.
I don't think I've ever seen a case as extreme as this woman's, though. I know a
Yeah.
lot of people do have it, but like this was just bad. It's bad. Oh my God, Miss Stacy's in the house, everybody. How are you? How are you? Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. We have missed you. It's a dangerous thing, guys. Like I said, my ex-wife had a mild version of it. My kids would look like if they were tired, she's like, oh, they're sick, they need Benadryl. I'm like, Jesus God, just because. And my ex-wife has like horrible allergies. She's got asthma. She was anorexic, this and that, all sorts of stuff. You know, like I think I showed you guys or told you guys, she was 100 pounds the whole time we were together. I'm happy to have you here, Stacy, and I'm glad you're surviving, my dear, with everything you've been through. God bless you. And like I said, you're always in the prayers that I have every day, my dear. So, but yeah, it was like Benadryl and this and that and this and that. Always because she thought because she had all these issues that they had. I said, no, they don't. I'm healthy. I'm part of their lives too. You know, I wasn't for me, you wouldn't have made them. I said, and they're not sick like that. Well, you don't know this. You're not. I said, listen, psycho. I've been in EMS for years and this and that. I know what I'm talking about. And amazingly enough, it was crazy because my kids were always tired. I never understood it. They were like, what kid wants to nap? Mine did all the time. And it's like, you know, Benadryl, even when I was at work, I would come home and they'd be sleeping. I'm like, what the hell? Why are these kids not outside doing something or doing, you know what I mean? Well, they're having allergy problems now. It's February. No, they're not. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? It's insane. So luckily, that's, I think, one of the reasons how I ended up with custody of my kids. And it was bad. So that's right. It all does pass, Stacy, and you are one of the strongest women I've ever known in my life, and you will get through this. I know you will. I would like, though, Stacy, if you could, to even if I could put it on my community page, I'd like to post your GoFundMe for Miss Rachel had told me about it last night in the one live stream, so I'd like to post that on my community page if I could. If you want to give me a link or something for it, hun, I definitely want to help you with that as much as I possibly can. Stacy's got a pretty serious thing going on in her house right now, guys, and her family. So, and she never asks for anything, so I'd like to help her as much as we possibly can. She's got a beautiful family, and they're amazing people, and they've struggled a lot over this past year. It's been horrifying. So please keep her in your thoughts and prayers, her and her whole family. And if I can, I'd love to do that, Stacy, if I could. So if you just want to DM to me, if you're whatever you're comfortable with, I'll put it up on my community page or whatever we can do to help. Okay, hun. I didn't want to say what was going on, Stacy, because I'm not sure how comfortable you are with putting that info out. But if you are comfortable with it, we'll put it out, like I said, and however we do it. Much appreciated, Brandy. That's amazing. Thank you so much for that, my dear.
Hi, Anna.
Welcome, Anna Moy. Good to see you. So, that being said, I guess we'll get into it, guys. What do you got? All right. Thank you so much, Stacey. I appreciate that. Okay. Good deal. Well, yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I don't want to say it wrong, Stacey. Type in the chat exactly what it is. It's her husband. And Stacy she's had seizure disorder. Her son, Johnny, has had issues to where he was actually with a walker in a wheelchair. He's doing better and this and that. And now her husband has been struck with this issue.
Oh my God.
It's a lung issue. Okay. I can't remember how to say. I think it's a sarcosis type thing. If I'm wrong, Stacy, that's why I don't want to say it unless I'm saying it right. But please understand it's serious. Okay. And that's why I would love to help in any way I possibly can. Obviously, I can't financially help at this point because of where I'm at in my life. But if it's out there on my community page or we're putting it out, period, somebody can if they want to, as Brandy did, and so on and so forth. Because there it is. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you. Sarcoidosis. That's it. And it makes me sick that the government doesn't do more for our vets than they do.
From burn pit?
The burn pits in Iraq.
Oh, okay.
Military, right. It's insane that these guys go over to keep us free and safe from these terroristic people, and this is what they come home with. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. And he's an amazing person. He really is. So.
Darn.
Yeah. Brandy's husband was over there too. You know, there's a lot of guys that went over there and did things, and they don't know what's over there. None of them did. You know what I mean? With these different scenarios, and so then they come home, and years and months later, they end up with these issues, and it's like the government's not doing anything, in my opinion, to cover this.
Yeah, from what I've heard, the VA hospital is just basically a joke.
It is. That's instead of sending our money. I'm not even going to get started on this, but we're sending all our money and all our issues over to. I'm not saying it's not deserved, but to what's going on with Russia and all that right now. Again, as I've always said, we have people sleeping on the sidewalk outside the White House that defended our country. Now we have Bill going through this kind of scenario. You know what I mean? And they're not doing what they should be doing for these guys. Well, got men and women, I should say. So there it is. Thank you, Miss Heather. Where'd it go? There it is. There it is. Thank you so much, Miss Heather. And again, I want to put that up on my community page as well. We love you, Stacy. 100%, my dear. You know that. And well, any one of us will do anything we can do to try to help within our means.
Hey,
Well,
Jules.
hello, Miss Jules. Biggest joke on the planet. I fight with the VA every damn day to get vets claims paid. That's my job, to fight insurance denials. The VA does everything they can do to deny. They do. They do. They absolutely. And that's what this was put in place for, guys. This is what my uncle was in Vietnam and ended up with Agent Orange, and it caused neurological issues. They never claimed it. They would not take accountability for that being their fault. Whose fault is it? Is it his fault because he chose to go over there to defend you guys that are sitting in your nice, comfortable offices in Washington? But no, he did that and came back with this and was never given any kind of compensation for it whatsoever, and it makes me sick.
Yeah, that sucks.
I've heard that, Jules. I have a couple friends that were involved in 9/11. It's insane, absolutely insane. And these were not even military that went through this. I was on a list when 9/11 happened because I was still young in the fire department, and we were on lists to go over to help with all that, right? And our crew didn't end up going because they had enough people. So we stayed here, but there were two guys that were in my my class, my fire school classes that I had taken that ended up going. One of them passed away already from what he breathed. He ended up with some form of a not what Stacy's husband has, but something else like that, like a black lung disease type thing that happened. 5 years, guys. It took 5 years, and it completely overtook him. And the other guy is having problems now still, and it's the same type thing. He didn't get it as bad as what John had it, but still. And these people were from Ohio here. They weren't even New Yorkers that were over there. Do you know what I'm saying? And they still, you would think there'd be some kind of a mutual compensation given to the families or something. There's nothing at all. It makes me sick. It absolutely makes me sick. So, yeah, that's exactly what it is, Stacy. It's all about what they breathe in, what they were exposed to, chemical. I mean, it's insane. And they did all this to keep other people safe.
Yeah.
I would have done it myself. I was on the list to go, but they didn't end up taking us. So, and I guess that's a blessing in a way, because who knows what would have happened with me. I've already got issues from smoke inhalation in my lungs from work firefighting, So thank you, Jules, for doing what you do, though. I gotta say, I'm grateful that you're there doing that, trying to get it done for him. I really am. I told you guys, we love her for a reason. Jules is an amazing person.
Yeah, Jules, I watched your video last night, and that brought me to tears. I hope they find that little guy and he's okay.
Yeah. And that is, but the government uses our taxes for more war. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. Don't even get me going. It makes me so mad. I see that, I guess Trump, not to change the subject, but I guess he was flying into New York today to turn himself into authorities to be arrested.
Good.
Yeah, that was a very sad situation, Noel. And thank you for putting that out there as well, Jules. All right, guys. We have this in the UK. Vets sleeping on the streets, yet thousands of migrants coming in on dinghies. Cost saving. Yeah, right. We have people coming in to the United States that aren't citizens that are getting better medical care than we are. Explain that one to me. I'll never get it.
And why are they putting them in 4-star hotels? They have no clue.
Right. And that's what I don't understand is we got, like he just said, people that are sleeping in boxes on the street, but they're putting these other people in a 4-star. Why?
Yeah.
Why
There's plenty of abandoned buildings around that we can reconstruct and utilize.
Exactly. Alrighty, Jules. Thanks. Keep us informed, please, dear. And again, thanks for joining us. So, all right, let's see what we got rolling here. 1 second. So again, guys, let's ask before we even jump into it. We're gonna do a couple polls today, but this is one. Since we're talking about this, the end of the stream, we'll do another one. Because another question that we were asking is, what would you guys prefer to do? Go do the earlier streams at 11:30, or later like this, 12:30 or whatever. And that was Mama Bear thought we should probably ask you guys and see what you guys thought. So we're going to do that today too. But the first poll of the day is Bryan Kohberger innocent? Let's see what all you guys think about that. All right, quicker. Here we go. Hey, go lay down that way. Go get some water first. Go on.
Go drink out of the duck pond.
All right. Oh, they're gonna be. Hold on, I'll shut that down for right now while that door's open. Thank you, Heather. 19 beautiful people tuning in right now. Thank you, guys. Please leave a little DNA on that like button. I appreciate that so very much. Share this out if you would, please. And please, please, please make sure you leave a comment at the end of the stream. I do appreciate you guys so much. Absolutely, Stacy. Absolutely. Check it out if you do get a little bit of time. It's in regards to the University of Idaho murders that happened back in November. This is the suspect that they have in custody as of right now. And we're just kind of looking in to see if there's some things that make it look like he might be innocent. And I have an audio I want to go over with you as well. Maybe I should do that audio first, guys. And I want your guys' opinion on that too. So I do not think he's innocent, but I do not think he's smart enough to do it on his own either. I didn't either. That's the truth. I'll be honest with you.
Hi, April. Hi, Pink.
Welcome, April, by the way. Good to see you. Pink is in the house. What's up? Good to see you.
We got more coming, Pink, so.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think I've actually had a tornado hit here yet. I think there have been a slew of microbursts or cloud bursts, as you want to call them, whatever.
The news said the other day that in Indiana, like the whole state, there were 16 tornadoes that touched down.
Nice. That's insane.
Right?
I need an undecided option, Dago, because I'm on the fence still, honestly. I'm on the fence about it. Yeah, I am too. I think we all kind of are, because every day there's something new that they throw at us. And it's like, okay, well, maybe not now and maybe not this. Like I said, guys, I thought everybody was kind of in the same boat. And I went over Friday and was watching Drunk Turkey's show. Publicly Buzz was up there. Opinionated Idiot was up there. They were all talking about it. It was a pretty decent show. And then at the very end of the show, Daniel said what he thought. And it went all the way back to December when I was telling you guys what I thought. When we talked about the fact that, and this is Daniel, this was his opinion or his theory per se. It's all speculation. All this is, and it's all alleged based on what we've seen and heard. But, his thought on it was that he went back to Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. We've all talked about that. There was no reference to Bryan Kohberger in there at some point. So it is what it is. Everybody's got their own thoughts on it,
Oh, yeah.
I know that's horrible around there, but so there's some stuff to talk about today for sure, guys. First thing I want to look at, though, is I want to listen to this audio. I want you guys to hear this audio. It was kind of interesting to me, to say the very least, because I had not heard this. You guys may have. There's a few things I'm behind on a little bit, okay? Renee Phillips, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Hello,
And
Renee.
that's absolutely what it is, too. Everybody should be and is innocent until proven guilty. They've been trying to prove the guilt from the day that they handcuffed him, okay? Everybody has. I've been, I guess you could say, partly responsible as well. But it's because of what they've shown us. It's automatically put out there in society that if this person is in custody, they're automatically guilty. Welcome, Bubbly. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us as well. Appreciate you. And I feel that same way. When you show me some serious proof that he did this, then I'm going to go with it, okay? He's got to be innocent until proven guilty for us to honor the United States judicial system, okay? It just has to be that way, guys. Now, if we're looking at all the evidence that they're putting out, okay, make your decision based on that. Absolutely, Bubbly, no problem. And thank you for being here. We all appreciate you guys, every one of you guys. Share this out, folks. Bring anybody in here that you think might be interested. Please, please. We appreciate you so much.
Welcome, Bubbly.
And again, leave us a little DNA on that like button. I very well appreciate that. So this is some audio that I had not heard. Again, I may have missed it. I am behind on some things at times because I'm always busy doing something else. So I want you guys to hear this as clearly as you can. You might have to put headphones on, but it's pretty clear. And I'll walk you through what they believe is being said through it too. It kind of caught me off guard, I'll be honest with you guys. So let's see what we got. And tell me how it sounds, by the way, too. Now, this is audio from that night. I'm going to play it, and we're going to talk about it. I'm going to play it, and we're going to talk about it. Little Bean wants to hear it. Here he comes. I love this cat. I do.
Ugh.
Doesn't matter how many times you move him. He's right there.
Yep. Been doing it all morning.
I told you guys, he's our mascot.
Put a little meatball.
So, all right, now let's get to business on this. I'll make sure the audio is up and going. All right, that's pretty good there. And that is too. All right, let's see. All right, let's back up a little.
I'm glad I didn't have my headphones on for that one.
I'm trying to get it as loud as I can for you guys to make sure, because sometimes it cuts in and out. If it's too loud, let me know and I'll bring it down a little bit. Yeah, and be prepared. I'm getting ready to start. I don't want to blow anybody's eardrums out. All right. Okay, now I'm going to talk you through the words that are being thrown out with this and what they're thinking. Part of the very, very beginning of this, and that's where it was cut from. It says there's someone, I know this guy, okay, if that's what's said. Now, Kitty loves meatball chatter. That's a fact, Pink. All right, here we go. All right, let me see if I can slow this down. That usually helps a little. That was a smash. Something breaking, supposedly. That said right there, it's Bryan. Do it again so you can hear it. That right there, it's Bryan. I can see someone there outside. There is someone here. That's Murphy barking. This is Ring camera audio, by the way, again, just so you know. And it's saying that this is struggling and grunt noises, potential impact from, what's up, Kim? From the knife, okay? And then it said no, real loud. Somebody's name is still here. And then somebody says, it's okay. And that is what Dylan supposedly heard, where the person said, it's okay, I'm here to help you. Says that they're hearing crying and somebody's saying, give me the phone. That was very loud and clear saying, please. And then as I say this stuff, we'll go backwards and listen to it a couple times. That was a loud no. That was a very loud, clear, leave me alone. Get off. There's someone, this is going back to the beginning and replaying it, and they cleared it up and filtered it out more. There's someone out there, I'm telling you, it's Bryan. That was it's Bryan again. And right before that, there was some sort of a smash. Now, I don't know if that was somebody hitting somebody and somebody dropping something, something being broken. I'm not sure what the hell that was smashing was, but I'm not sure, Bubbly. That's what I'm asking you guys about. Some of this is different, though, Heather. Some of this stuff I didn't hear before. Yeah, the other parts of this, I think this is two of them blended together. The one that we heard with other things that were in it that I didn't hear before. That's why I'm saying. It was debunked as being recording from something else. I can't remember what, but it does seem to fit kind of. That was my thought, Bubbly. And like I said, this is pieces and parts of stuff we had already heard. Somebody sent this to me in DM, but not DM, sorry, email. And so I listened to it thinking it was the same stuff we had already heard. There's other stuff in here that I didn't hear. That's what I thought too, Heather. But this sounds like it fits the situation. And there's other things I didn't hear. I don't think so, Pink. I think that was the other. What the hell was his name? Joe Morris or Morrison or something like that. Joseph Morrison. I think his was something else where they remember they had heard the scream or something like that. That's what that was, I believe. Again, guys, I don't know what this actually is. It was sent to me and I wanted you guys to hear this to get your opinions off of it as well. So, dog whining too. It was said that Ethan was peeing when he yelled. Right. That's what we had talked about before. I think was Nikki gave us some audio that she had listened to and thought she'd heard different things in it too. So. Now, the only things that I heard clear, I did hear Bryan's name mentioned in the beginning. I heard get off, please, and leave me alone. Those are the only things I heard clearly. I don't know if, again, maybe it wasn't slowed down. I mean, did you hear anything, Mama Bear?
Not really.
It's very hard in some senses to hear.
Yeah.
I thought it was very right. Exactly. Hold on a minute. It jumped to the next one. That's not what I wanted. Yes, they did have a dog. Okay. I mean, it could, Sherry. It could. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Um, I've never before this case listened to any kind of Ring camera audio like this ever. It's the first time I ever listened to it. So I don't know what it's supposed to sound like. I don't know what to listen for to differentiate it from anything else. I've heard Spirit Box stuff, okay, but I don't know. I just don't know. And I looked to try to find some kind of applications or programs to clean this up more, and I can't find anything else that would do it other than slowing it down. I can't find anything to put it together better, so I don't know. Yeah, I know who you're talking about, Bubbly. They are pretty good, I'll be honest with you. So that was that. Like I said, I just wanted you guys to hear it. Somebody sent that to me Thursday. I didn't even realize it until later on. T-Rev Paranormal. Okay, yeah. So anyway, that's that. Now, again, obviously, you guys know about that. So there you go. Wouldn't we have to talk to the neighbors whose video this is? I think they did that. In my opinion, they would have had to, right? If they had any, yeah.
Because how else would they have gotten the recording? I mean,
that's
not like you can just snatch it.
Well, that was listed as leaked audio, so I don't think that came from. I don't think that came from the police, because I don't think the police would put that out, truthfully. So, that, in my opinion, came from, if it's real, it came from somebody that leaked it from somebody else. Again, I would have ventured to say, being there's gag orders on everything, okay, that the police would not allow this to be put out in that sense. If somebody wanted to do it themselves, then what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I don't know. It's just something else to look at and listen to. And I like I said, I listened to it a few times and I'm like, I don't know what to think. So it is what it is. Where did it go? I had something else here too, but that is it for the audio. Now, as I was telling you guys, I was listening to Drunk Turkey the other night, and they were asking what everybody's thoughts were on this. You know, if there was Publicly Buzzed, Opinionated Idiot, they were all on panel up there. No problem, Stacy. Afterlife Adventure is good too. I don't think you need to yell into the box to get questions through. No, I don't think so either. You just ask a question and do what you got to do with it, right? So everybody gave their opinion. At the very end, Daniel from Drunk Turkey gave his opinion. Now, everything we've been talking about since probably December has involved Bryan Kohberger in any way, shape, or form. Whether he was by himself, whether he wasn't by himself, then Brent Kopaka gets brought up, and then there's Enan Harsh, and then there's this, and then there's that, and so on and so forth. All these other scenarios have been talked about. We just recently had the whole Brady Giglio scenario get thrown out at us. There's that now too, where people are looking at, law enforcement officers that are involved in whatever ways they are, whatever they didn't do, however it is. Okay. You don't believe it. And see, I was looking, Sherry, for other door cam footage from anything else to try to hear what it would sound like, and it doesn't match up to me. But it wasn't like that either. That's the different situation. It was right there in front of the place that I was listening to. It wasn't 20 yards away. So I don't know if the distance makes it sound different, if it's real or if it's not real. So that's why I said this is all alleged stuff, purely speculative, to just get an opinion on from you guys. So this is going a total direction, but what about well, here's where we're going, Bubbly. This is why we're doing this today. I said something from the beginning. We've all talked about different variations when we do our think tanks of what we think it could be, who we think it could be. Certain people say one thing, other people say another thing. Everybody says it's absolutely 100% Bryan Kohberger, all by himself. He did this all. No. Okay. The reason why I wanted to do this is because Thursday we did a show. We were looking at different things, and I pulled up that whole manifest of everything we were talking about, and it had the timeline, dates, times, everything from the beginning. I cannot look at the timeline and be okay with any of that by any means whatsoever. There is no way humanly possible, in my opinion, to be able to do what was done, first of all, with one person, and second of all, in that period of time. It doesn't make any sense to me at all.
No.
When we broke that down the other day, it was literally with like 8 minutes. I think it was the end result, something like that, that all of this happened. Right. Everything went to. 1 second. What are you doing?
I had to walk. I was moving across the freaking computer.
Can you tell this child's bored?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Go outside and play.
right. So the timeline is bugging me bad, and I mean really, really bad. Okay, and we have all of these other options that are, like I said, guys, understand something. I'm ADHD. My mind is all over the place with this, and it's bad. Okay, and I'm trying to center in on something that makes some kind of sense to me. None of it does. I absolutely agree. And frat guys dropping like fries. That's another thing too. It's there. Idaho is, Moscow especially. There's something going on. There's something that's not right over there. That's why we've been trying to get Molly out of Idaho for the past 6 months. So, hello, Little Bean. Welcome back. He does not like being away from you. It's so cute the way he comes up and just sits there like, I'm here again. Do you see me? Touch me. Please touch me. He's he's adorable. So maybe the neighbors were nosy because of all the partying. There's so many maybes, Kim, but I can't sit here and say, okay, Bryan Kohberger did this. Okay. It's like, but Mom, I want to show them my behind again.
Yeah. Well, I don't want him to.
Right. And no party pics or videos, no DoorDash bids. or ping, so to speak. And whatever happened to that scenario we talked about in the very beginning, where there was was it either the power was out or the grid went down for what, 6 hours, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, something like that. It was a good.
Right. Where did that go? That hadn't been talked about at all, except in the very beginning, and then it was just that was it. So why hasn't that been brought back up? I don't understand that. Because if that's the case, then that would take into effect a lot of things.
Right.
Okay. Whether he did it or not, we have to use, because that's right, Sherry. That's absolutely right. Now, the whole point in think tanks is to put different things. I try to stay as far away from rabbit holes as I can. You guys know that. Somebody's talking about my nose is itching. IT for U of I. Yeah, it was the IT department for the University of Idaho. We talked about that once because we had heard it, and then it never was brought up in anything else at all ever again. I would think that would make a huge difference with all of this, with the cameras and the audio for different things. And why did that happen? That should have been a big thing to be looking into, I would think,
Well, and that was something that trying to remember, Molly and I started digging into, because supposedly or allegedly, whatever, Kopaka worked at the IT department.
Exactly.
And then the servers go down, and
Well, and like Jules just said, not just that the servers went down, but Kaylee's LinkedIn account was deleted and deactivated after she died. Her sister had the phone, saw it active, and I remember seeing that, and then it went to show a few hours later, and it was deactivated. Who did that, and how? Thank you, Heather. Appreciate you.
Kohberger is smart, but I don't think he's tech smart.
I don't either. I think he's criminal, psychologically. He's got that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's got as much common sense as what we would think either.
Yeah.
I think to excuse the phrasing the way I'm going to say this, maybe I should change the way I would say it, but it's not meant as a derogatory statement, because they use the word retarded in different aspects, not towards somebody that is that way, is what I'm trying to say. Like socially retarded, you're inept. Okay. I think that he's a socially inept person. Okay. In that sense.
Yeah.
Because he hadn't had a whole lot of friends. He hadn't had life experiences like a lot of us do. In turn, he's in that little bubble with himself. And I don't think he has life experiences to put out there to be that type of person. So Bubbly says, Jules, her account was up the other day when I was searching and collecting LinkedIn account info on all frat and sorority. Sorry. So the LinkedIn account came back up. What's up, Larry? Good to see you, bro.
That's interesting.
It is interesting, because when we went and looked at it a long time ago, it was down. Didn't get it soon enough, but it was green. Who has access to that at this point, though? Wouldn't they have locked out all of her accounts?
You would think.
To where only the FBI has access to that? I would imagine. Unless the only thing I could think of is maybe they reactivated it so that she, like, either the prosecution or defense could look into it or something.
Maybe.
That's what I'm saying. It's very weird, Jules. So let me give you guys, I'm going to step away for one moment because I have to do something real quick, Mama Bear, if you don't mind, and I'll be right back. And I'm going to give you guys a theory, a very, very, very alleged speculative theory that I want to present to you guys. Her fam still has her phone, and it was before the case was worldwide. It was less than 24 hours. A 911 call, right? Jeff, what's up, Jeff? If a cup of coffee in that house had DNA connected to me, no big deal. But a knife sheath for the murder weapon, we're going to talk about that. Having my DNA found underneath one of the victims is extremely big deal. I agree. And I have a comment to make on that. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay, her fam still has her phone, and it was before the case was worldwide. It was less than 24 hours after the 911 call. Hey, Jeff. So as soon as she died, the count went down, and now it's back up. That doesn't make sense. You have more confidence in me, Jeff, than I have in myself. Yeah, nope. Nope. If the phone cops have the actual phone. Very weird. The family shared a plan and knew of what Kaylee was up to. I think the family knows way more than they're letting on, hence the gag order. I would agree with you on that one, Bubbly. I really think they do too. I do too.
Don't you think, though?
That is exactly what Dago and I were talking about this morning.
Okay. Glad you said that. Here we go. Now, let's see. 6 months ago, when we first started looking at this, we noticed when they had the memorial and all the they were all up on stage talking about the 4 that had passed, and talking about their memories and the type of people they were and all that kind of stuff. Everybody in the world saw when Steve Gonsalves said what he said about his daughter, put his arm around he was leaning down talking, and he turned and looked, and Jack Decor is standing there right behind Mrs. Gonsalves, and he hugged her, and Steve looked at him, walks over, he kind of puts his arm around Mrs. Gonsalves and walked her along with the sister, his other daughter, off. They walked off stage and kind of turned and looked at Jack like, go away. The only way I could think of to describe the look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
But then we had Olivia, that's the sister's name, in another interview stating that, Jack was I can't think. I got too much going in my head, and I'm kind of excited with it at the same time, if you know what I'm talking about. Jack was The police cleared Jack, is what I'm trying to say, okay? And he did it. They did it very quickly and very early on. Now, something I had said months ago, and Daniel from Drunk Turkey put this back out there the other night, Friday night, and I was like, damn it, I've been saying that too. And I didn't want to let it go, but I didn't want to look like I was insane because everybody else is saying, oh, Bryan Kohberger, Bryan, okay, whatever. We all watched those videos multiple times. I showed them here to you guys multiple times. We watched the girls when they were at the bar, and they saw that internal video, okay? They're standing, Maddie and Kaylee are standing right in front of Jack talking to him. And then we have Adam in the corner sitting there talking to the owner of the bar. The one that everybody tried to say was Chief Fry. We knew that wasn't him. That was ridiculous. But, and then there's the other video cuts to afterwards. Jack Showalter's walking the girls to the grub truck, where in the background, keep this in the back of your mind, just like that was in the background. That white pickup truck is in the background, pulling into a spot to a building that doesn't have anything open at that time. Just remember that, okay? Anyway, so they go to the grub truck. The whole time they're at the grub truck, Kaylee in front, and the whole time they were walking, Kaylee's texting like crazy on her phone, okay? Mm-hmm. And she looks up and says, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? You guys have heard this 70 million times. I know you have. And Kaylee or Maddie says, I told him everything. What is everything? Because let's talk about this. That night in that situation, they're standing there talking to Jack. Then at one point, Maddie must have been talking to Adam by herself, and she told him everything about something. Okay. Now I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I'm gonna guess that Jack and Kaylee had broken up. I'm gonna guess that Kaylee had dated other people in that realm. She was a very pretty girl, and I'm sure she was very wanted. You know, in the community, college girls, college guys. We know how that goes, folks. Okay. And that's it. That thing. Okay. Bubbly's the other side of my brain today. Thank you, Bubbly. At the bar, as I was getting ready to say, there was a dead giveaway by Kaylee's body language. She was standoffish with Jack while they were standing there. She wasn't up on him. Mm-hmm. I'll pull up the video and show you guys again if I can find it. It's buried in here somewhere, but she wasn't like up on him as if she was interested in being there talking to him, okay? As somebody that is in a relationship or even was in a relationship. Point proven. It's a little right with I got protection and this and that and everything else. I don't know what the conversation was. And you can't really tell by looking at his face the mood he was in when he was talking to them. But then they leave. Maddie told Adam everything, which in turn I'm going to venture to think, I'll just go out and pull a limb, like I said, and guess at this, that maybe she was talking about, maybe Maddie went on a date with somebody, then it was a good date. She enjoyed herself, whatever it was, so on and so forth. We all know that Maddie was going to Texas and not coming back. And taking a dog that belonged to the two of them. Now, they were together for a while, okay? And I think Murphy was what kind of united them together. In his mind, as a guy, I'm a guy. I've been through these breaking up things and all that. Men take it a lot harder than women do in most cases because it just happens, okay? If she's going to Texas and moving on with her life without him, taking the dog would give permanent separation to me, in my opinion. Like that ends our relationship right there. We're done. It's almost like custody of a child. She's moving out of state, far away from Idaho to Texas to start a whole new life. Taking that dog is complete separation for the two of them. And in his mind, it's over. Maybe he's not ready to accept that, guys. Like I said, she was a very pretty girl. We don't know what their relationship was like, okay? Something about Jack Decor always made me a little like I can't think of the right words for this. There is, Jeff. There absolutely is. I showed it on here. like he likes to be in control. Okay, we'll just put it that way.
Assertive.
Thank you. Yeah, control, maybe possibly controlling or assertive, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
Welcome, Miss Sylvia. Thanks for joining us. Got a new tablet. Still trying to get it fully set up. Need to get Discord on here. Hope everyone's doing well, and we hope you are doing well too. Thanks for joining us. So we'll just go with that. Okay. Now, Adam, mind you, called Dago. I'd only seen a still picture. Well, it is not a video per se. It's like a still video of the they were snapshots of the video, Jeff, is what it was. I'd love to see a full-on video though. Hold on. Okay. So and again, we don't know who may have gone out on a date with in that time either. Okay. That could promote more jealousy per se. So going back to what I was saying, her moving to Texas, taking the dog, in a sense, starting a new life without him, that may not be acceptable in his mind to him. He may not be handling that very well, folks. So there again, don't forget where he lived. He lived a hop, skip, and a jump right away from that house. Okay. Now, the whole time Kaylee's walking to the grub truck, she's texting ferociously on her phone, probably having some kind of a conversation with him, just per se. Again, this is absolutely 100% alleged and speculative, so don't take this for anything more than what I just said. So we'll just say that she's texting away with him, so on and forth. That's why she pops up and asks Kaylee, or asks Maddie, what did you say to Adam? I told him everything. Well, Adam is Jack's roommate in that house that is a hop, skip, and a jump from Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana's house, okay? So they go to the grub truck. She's texting the whole time they're standing there. She did not look up maybe more than one time to acknowledge something Maddie said. The entire time, she's still texting ferociously on her phone. Okay? Didn't pay any attention to the dude that walked them there, Jack Showalter. Well, we're getting to that part, Sherry. We're getting to that part right now, actually, coming up here in a minute. So they get their food. They get in their car. They go back to the house. The whole time they're at the house, they're texting or trying to call Jack 10 times. Okay. 10 times they tried to, between the two of them, they tried to call him. There was not one response. Well, why would he not respond to them if he had just talked to them at the bar an hour later or an hour previous? Unless Adam went to him and said, hey, Maddie just told me that, Kaylee went out with such and such and had a good time. And dude, she's leaving to Texas after Tuesday and she ain't coming back. Does that make sense? Okay. So he's brewing now, folks. He's brewing. Just think of it. He's pissed now. What is he going to do? This can't be over permanently. Okay. What is that? Hold on a minute. Aha. Maybe. How did you do?
What?
I don't know. I got a link in the thing and clicked on it and it took me to this and now I'm lost. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Let me move this over here. Okay, that's better. There we go. Anyway, back to where I was. So there's that. So now let's just say, for instance, that Adam, like as soon as they left, Adam was like, dude, Maddie just told me Kaylee was talking to this guy or whatever, and she's going to Texas Tuesday. She's not coming back. That's it. Or she's going home Tuesday, and then she's going to Texas, and she's not coming back. She's done. She's taking Murphy with her, blah, blah, blah. So like I said, in his mind, that very well could have pushed a button, snapped a switch, did something. And he was like, this ain't ending like this. I'm not done with this situation. I'm not cool with this. What the hell? And therefore, that's why he's not responding after he had just talked to them. Like I said, an hour previous. And now we're at this point. 10 times, because he may have said something in that text message that he was stating to Kaylee, like, something derogatory. We'll just put it that way. And so they're trying to call him to straighten shit out or to fix things or to keep him from being upset. Well, she was going hiking first, yes, and then she was going to go to, but either way, Sherry, she wasn't coming back. All right. Then, now I'm going to throw a little twist in this. I know this is going to sound insane, but we all know there's something still wrong with Kohberger in some sense, right? And he was stalking people. He was a stalker. And I told you guys that I thought that, you know, he was not per se an incel, but he's in that realm of being an incel. Not completely, but he's in there. So what if he was like stalking and watching and seeing, you know, dressed in all black so he could hide in the tree line or something and watch what, because he seemed to be in that area a lot, you know, to where he may have like been picked up on their Wi-Fi possibly, as Steve had said. I don't know how true that is, but he's watching this scenario go down. Now, like I said, this is a weird twist, folks, and this is all purely speculative and wholly 100% alleged, so bear with me. And I wasn't sure if I was going to put this out there or not, but I'm just going to say what I'm saying. So what's up, Mar? Thanks for joining us. And Larry, good to see you, brother. So this dude's all dressed in black so he can stalk somebody per se. Maybe he was standing out in the tree line. And okay, bubbly. And he's watching. And let's say that this other person comes in because he's upset, mad, angry, and goes to talk to them. In turn, it turned ugly, we'll just say. Okay. And this is kind of a stretch, guys. It is. And all this shit goes down. He takes off. Well, maybe Bryan was watching this happen and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time doing his stalking. I'm not saying he's completely innocent, okay? And Jack, or not Jack, but whoever it is, I'm not going to say for sure because, again, this is all alleged, leaves. Bryan goes into the house, okay? And that whole, it's okay, I'm here to help you, maybe that's where that came from. He walks in, sees what was going on. Oh, my God, what the hell? And maybe that's how the whole knife sheath thing happened. He walked into the scene that he picked it up, he looked at it, he put it down, looks at his situation that's going on around him, is like, oh shit, there's probably cops coming. I need to get the hell out of here. And he bolts, which is why he takes off like he does. Okay. And doesn't know what's going. He's like panicking. So he's driving around trying to get to where he's going to go, here, there, everything else. And then he goes home, and then he comes back and he keeps checking to see if the cops came, what's going on, so on and so forth. But maybe he saw all this. Now, let's back up. The day he got arrested, he did ask, did anybody else get arrested yet? Maybe he was referring to Jack or whoever the other person may have been, if that's the scenario. Okay. And here we are now. He very well could have just been, he's still a creep. Okay. He's still a creep, folks. Don't get me wrong, but he was doing his stalking, wearing all black clothing, so he couldn't be seen, hiding in a tree line, watching them through their windows, do what they're doing. Then thought, okay, what the hell just happened in there? I heard all this screaming and yelling, and the dude comes out here and runs back to where he goes. He goes in and sees this insane mess and is like, oh, what the hell is this? That picked that up, maybe just touched it or something. Or maybe he put his hand on it accidentally when he was leaning in to look at what was going on. Don't forget, guys, he's a criminology major, okay? This stuff is intriguing to him, okay? And then he just bolts and takes off like a bat out of hell, like they saw the car. And now we're at this point. I'm not saying that this is anywhere close to what actually happened. This is 100% speculation, guys. But all of this has been running through my head because none of this shit makes any sense, okay? The whole timeline, any of it, it's hard to put anything together, but what if that was what happened? Dylan may not have heard that part of it, though, Sherry. Dylan may not have heard she may have heard the after effects, or she may have, like I said, she saw Bryan after he came in the house, is what in my situation I was talking about, that she saw him leaving after he came in to see what the hell went on. Because if whoever did that before, they may have left the back door open, and he was like, well, hell, what the hell just went down? I'm curious now. I want to see. And he goes right in the back door, goes and looks at everything, and they're already down and out, and says, it's okay, I'm here to help you. And then again, doesn't know what to do, goes upstairs, sees that situation, doesn't know what to do, and goes into full-blown panic mode and takes off out the door, thinking either maybe dude's going to come back or the police are coming or whatever. And maybe she saw him walking out the door after that all happened. That's another, in my opinion, if you put everything we've seen together, where the things that don't make any sense, and I know the coincidences do not happen in true crime, but I'm just saying, guys, because this doesn't make it, with the pieces and parts that we've gotten, none of it makes any sense. And I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole. I'm just trying to put something together that, like, would make a little bit of sense. You know what I'm saying? I know it sounds crazy, folks, in some senses. It really does. But think about it. Think about it. You know, we know that Bryan was stalking one or both of them for sure. We know Bryan's a creep, okay? In his own mind, in his own sense, he's a weirdo. You know, but what if it was just wrong place at the wrong time? As far as that part goes, okay? What if that's really what went down? Because I can't get, after hearing Daniel say what he said the other night about Decor, I couldn't get it back out of my mind. And maybe, you know, I don't know where to go with Dylan Mortensen at this point as far as that scenario goes, other than if Bryan came in after the fact and was looking at the scene and was like, what the hell? And then he walks back out. She sees him leaving. But that's why I think the timeline could be all screwed up.
So here's my question. Why doesn't nobody talk about Bethany?
Because Bethany has not, I agree with you. Bethany hasn't put herself out there at all. Why?
I mean, nobody. It's like she didn't even exist in the whole scenario. She was right there with Dylan.
Right. Mm-hmm. She sure was. And nobody knows. Did Bethany open her door? And just not tell anybody? Did Bethany open her door and walk out into the house and look around and not say a word to anybody because she's scared to death?
Is Bethany the confidential informant?
Mm-hmm. Because if that's the case, then they're not going to talk about Bethany.
Right.
They're not going to let Bethany talk about anything either.
Right.
Like I said, guys, I know this is going out on a limb, and I don't usually like to do this, but with everything, I sat here the other night after we did Thursday, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on with this case? This doesn't make any damn sense. There is no way in hell that this all happened like this. There's not. I don't care what anybody says. It doesn't make any sense at all. But what I just, and so I put all this crazy shit together in my mind, especially, like I said, after hearing Daniel go back to Jack Decor and say, okay, you know what? That always made sense, though. It always made sense that Jack Decor could have been a prime suspect for this because of that situation.
So Sherry just said Bethany is no longer on the victim advocate list.
Right. Remember we had talked about that about a month ago.
Yeah, it's been a month. There's been a lot of cases since then.
Yeah, right. So why not? Why is she taken off that list? I mean, you guys can tell me I'm insane. You guys can tell me I'm crazy, and I'm okay with that because I love you guys to death. But I cannot sit here anymore and see all of this crazy shit go on and all this stuff put out in front of our face and not come to put something together with that, because it's what they've given us. That's what happens. Now, I could be completely, and I probably am, guys, completely and totally out of the bag with this and completely wrong. But with the facts that have been presented to us, none of this makes sense to put together the way they've been presented, okay? Again, you know, this could be 12 people together on this whole thing, that, you know, and one person went in and did the work, or 2 people went in and did it, whatever it is. I don't know. You know, I'm just saying it's crazy. At this point, it's crazy. And nothing really does make sense. And that's why I'm saying at this point, why not? Why wouldn't what I just said make any sense? Sylvia says, I do feel like at least Jack D knew something was up. But my mind goes all over the place. Right. See? I mean, it does, Sylvia, with everybody. Something at some point has to make sense, and damn it, that's the problem, is we have to wait till June to get more facts. Well, here's the problem, guys. They keep giving us new shit every day, okay, or every other day, or at least once a week. So,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Something new, and it's like, oh shit, okay, let's throw that in the blender and mix it up again, see what happens now. So this is where my whole theory came from. And again, guys, there's nothing to prove that this has ever happened like this, that it's true, any of that. All I'm saying is my little piece of what I have left, that Mama Bear left me in my brain, is putting this little story together, because if you take the pieces that do make sense and you put them together, you got to have something as a whole. And that's where I came out with it, okay? And that's absolutely respected, Larry. I respect that 100%. That's how we are in here. We absolutely respect anybody's opinion, theory, option, whatever it is. He very well could have done everything on his own, period. It could be so simple, guys, that we're making it more complicated because they're giving too many pieces of information out that don't make sense. You know, it could be so simple as that he just said, you know what, I'm done with dealing with being rejected by girls, and I'm just going to go in and do this and leave. That it could be that simple. Whatever.
I'm going to go get my kids, and I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. With his criminology knowledge, I think an innocent Bryan at the bloody scene, and that's the other thing too, would have called it. Well, here's the thing though, Jeff. I thought about that. Would he have called the cops? Or would he have said, I'm standing in the middle of this, and oh shit, when they get here, they're going to think it was me. Okay. Renee says, Adam, Jack D, and Jack S. You're probably thinking of Jack Showalter then. Can't say nothing, or they could end up like the 4. Very possible, guys. I mean, I've heard so many theories. Who had this theory public? No, Kim. It was a theory I put together myself with different pieces and parts of other people's stuff that they've said. Daniel from Drunk Turkey's the one that put out at the end of the night on his stream who he thought might have been involved. And that was Jack Decor. Okay. And I listened to him say that, and it brought me back to, it's okay, Renee. It brought me back to what I was thinking back in December. And it's like, ever since Bryan got arrested, I just kind of let that go because they have a suspect in custody. You know, all of our theories were coming out before anybody was in custody. So this case, as I've said from the beginning, you can forget about it. In my words, nothing comes off the table with this case until everything comes off the table in June. Okay. So, you know, these are all think tank theories that we've all been talking about for months now. And every time we talk about something, we get to a point where like, okay, that does make sense. And then they throw something out and it's like, no, that completely destroys that theory now. So we got to go back and we look at it again. Then we come up with another one and then kaboom. And that don't make sense now. What's up, Nikki? Thanks for joining us. So at this point, I just kind of took a little bit of what I had in my mind with this whole thing and said, what if he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, being the creeper that he is, stalking somebody? After that whole thing went down with Adam and Jack and all that at the bar that night, Jack got pissed, did what he did. Bryan saw the whole thing, which is why he ended up being the car that was leaving there. Maybe he, like I said, maybe he went in. I know this is like very, very far-fetched, guys, and this is the closest I'm ever going to come to going down inside a rabbit hole and coming out with some conspiracy shit like this. I'm just saying. But nothing else makes any sense, okay? They pretty much eliminated, in my opinion, Enan Harsh. In my opinion. I'm not saying that he couldn't be involved in there somewhere, but he's pretty much no, in my opinion, at this point. So that is the only thing that really does, in a crazy world, make some kind of sense, putting everything together that we've been given. So, and once again, opinions are opinions. So, and if anybody would like to talk on that scenario, please feel free to call me. 234-703-4047. I would love to hear your voices and hear you guys, what you have to say. And Heather's, there he goes. There it is. Thank you, Heather. If he is innocent, then I believe he wasn't in the house that night at all. Good point. Very good point. Mar agrees with you. And that's what this is all about right now, guys. This is all, I'm not saying, all right, here it is. I need you guys to believe me or leave. No. We don't do that in here. I'm putting out something I put together, knowing that it's very possibly crazy to put this together, but I just kind of wanted something to put out there to get opinions from you guys on. Thank you, Heather. Please share your thoughts, theories, and opinions with me. Again, 234-703-4047. I want to hear from you guys. I really do. Kyra, good to see you, dear. Thank you. I came in late. I'll have to watch the beginning of this on replay to make sense. Right. It may not even make sense then, hon. Let's see. Miss Nikki says, I think Enan was their dealer. Lana and I have been running a few ideas and theories. I think Enan was there based on audio, but I took a step back and think he left when it went down. It could be. It could be. Like I said, nothing's off the table at this point, guys. Nothing is off the table until June, when they take it off the table. When they put the real, true information out there is when we're going to know for a fact. But at this point, if he was innocent and he was never in the house, how did the DNA get on the knife sheath? And that's what I said. What if we go back to what I was saying, if he went in that house after the fact because he was out there creeping and watching and he saw this whole thing go down, if he went in after the fact and he went through the house and was looking at, maybe he touched that thing. It was like, what is this? What the hell? And he drops it. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, he's got one fingerprint on that. That's all it takes. Which is all they have. Okay. Drops it, backs up, and out he goes. Like I said, going back to the fact that he goes in and they're still, I hate to say it like this, but they're still alive in Xana's room. And he walks through and he steps in and looks and he's like, what the hell happened? And what's going on? And he's like, it's okay. I'm here to help you. That would make sense as to where that came from, because nothing else does. Nothing else makes any sense with saying, I'm okay. It's okay. I'm here to help you at all. Mar says, I don't know, Mama Bear, but there would be more if he did go in. Not necessarily, though, Mar. If he didn't have anything to do with the crime, physical part of the crime, okay, and that was the only thing in the house that he put his hand on. Mar says there is the trail of blood. Okay, what do you think about that, though, Mar? I agree, Sylvia. I am too. I really am, hon. I'm all over the place with this whole thing, which is where I came up with that crazy theory that I just said, what if he really would have physically committed this crime himself, guys? Why is there only touch DNA on the knife sheath and nowhere else in that house? Does that make any sense? Especially considering, here's the thing. If he got into a fight with Ethan, okay, Ethan's a big dude. If they got into a physical altercation where he's trying to defend them, Xana was fighting back. We know that, okay? Why did Bryan not leave any other DNA anywhere in that house? And we can go with that. I think someone cleaned it up, but who and why? You see what I'm saying? It's all over the place, guys. I hesitate to share what I think based on what I stumbled across. I don't mind emailing, but voicing it doesn't seem wise at the moment. Well, I mean, we've shared everything else in here, Nikki. It's not really, and so does everybody else at this point. So, I mean, you can email. That's fine. That's up to you, hon. It sounds like a setup with the sheath. Well, there's an option there too, guys. I mean, this whole Brady Giglio stuff that just came out, that opened the door for everybody's minds went kaboof and blew up all sorts of crazy thoughts and theories with that, okay? I've heard multiple instances where people are saying, well, maybe one of the cops that walked in, the first cops on scene, planted that because they were part of the scenario. I've heard that. I don't want to say that because I have faith in the police, but you never know, okay? How little bearing that evidence has on this case. If the DNA evidence is legit, then he could have touched it at some point beforehand. Wasn't it stated that the touch DNA should not be used as deciding factor? If that's correct, then that shows how little bearing. But they don't have any other kind of DNA evidence whatsoever, Heather. They had to wait on that to come back, remember, from the sheath, and then supposedly send it off all the way to Idaho to have that gone through. Or no, they didn't even send it to Idaho. Didn't they send that to Texas? Is what I had heard. I think I might be wrong. I probably am. But anyway, and then get the results back before they could arrest him in PA. Like I said, Nikki, you're welcome to talk about it. That's what this is all about. You're welcome to call in. It was sent to Texas. That's what I thought. And then, or you can email it to me and I'll do whatever you want to do, hon. That's what this is all about in here. That's what, you know, that's what we do in here. Sylvia is saying that in the recent OD of a U of I student frat member and arrest of 2 people in Washington has me really deep. No, I get it. I get it, Sylvia. That's what we've all been doing. Miss Brandy said, if he was truly innocent, won't he be screaming at the top of his lungs every day, wanting to tell his side of the story? You know, he's been silent this whole time. Well, I think that's what his attorney has been telling him to do, because it could, if he starts yelling and screaming innocence here, innocence there. I mean, he made a comment before he was extradited stating that he can't wait to be exonerated of this. And again, backing up again, he did say, has anybody else been arrested yet? So no problem, Heather. We'll have to look it up again, but they took his gas pedal, brake pedal, and some other things. I forget. Yeah, they did. They did. And he very well could have had blood on his feet from walking through there. I mean, we saw how much blood was there, guys. Idaho didn't find anything, and they sent it to Texas as well. Yeah, it was in Texas. That's what I thought. Yeah. They sent it, and they had to get the results back on that before they could arrest him, remember? They had the DNA from something of his father's, and they matched it, and that's how they did it. But that's all they had. That's what bothers me. That's all they had as far as DNA or anything like that goes, unless they just didn't put out something else that they didn't put out. You know what I mean? Renee. Well, his father was standing there with him, Jeff. When he was arrested, he said, "Has anyone else been arrested yet?" His father was standing there right next to him. They both went to the door. That's who Dylan called the sorority girls. That's why it took so long to call the Keystone Cops. I like how you put that, Renee. I get it. I agree with you on that one. I think his father would have been arrested, though, if he was involved in it right there with him at that same time. They cleaned up the latent shoe print at the house already. Really, but yeah, I know it. I agree with you on that, Sylvia. He might be to his lawyer. He knows he shouldn't speak with another. Right. That's what I'm saying. Frickin' frack. Yeah. I picture these cops walking up to that house with their shoes squeaking and making the clown noises in the background. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of pathetic. And again, guys, I can't really say too much. Like I said, this police force never ever dealt with anything like this before. I mean, this was, by all means, an insane situation. We know that, okay? This is the first time, hopefully the last time, that they've ever dealt with something in this magnitude. So, that being said, they obviously learned from it, but did not know in the beginning what to do with it. So you got to give them a little bit of slack on that part of it. I get that, Heather, but if it was me and my life was on the line, I would be. No, I said that a long time ago too. But like I said, with him having his background, Brandy, he probably knew, like, I can't do this and I can't do that. I'll go to my attorney, but I can't put anything else out because it could be detrimental to his case. I don't either at this point, Mar. After what we've seen and heard, I don't. Wasn't one of the serial killers he was studying and fascinated with? Didn't they say the name? Not that I know of, Jeff. I showed early on. Oh, Gacy said that? Okay. Oh, yeah. I did hear that not too long ago. You're right. What's up, Satin? Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. Yeah, Gacy. I heard that Gacy did say something like that. That's right. Well, and, if you look at, I've showed in the other series I'm doing at night, different serial killers. Like, this looks like the Gainesville Ripper type in a sense. This also has some Bundy features to it. It also has a couple other serial killers like looks to it. So who knows, Yeah, the Boston Strangler. I mean, there's different issues in here that no, not the Boston Strangler. I'm sorry. But those are the shows that I've showed, or the stories I've showed on the evening thing. All I'm saying, well, Nikki says not a scuff on the soles, right? Yeah, that was kind of weird too. Making sure I didn't miss something back up through here. House hunting, private conversations about that. Okay, did you? Let me see something. Let me check something here, guys, while we're kind of waiting on Mama Bear should be back like really quick because she's really fast. She's really close to the school. So, all right, give me a second to pull that up. Oh, okay. One moment. Hello. Hello?
Hey.
Hey, you're live with Diggo. What's up?
Hey, so another case that is pretty closely parallel to this that I've been deep diving in on extensively. Have you ever heard of the Wonderland murder?
Oh, yeah. We're going to cover that one here pretty soon. Are you still there?
Yeah, so you're.
Yeah, we're going to cover that one here pretty soon. That was the one that John Holmes was involved in.
Yeah, and it actually, I mean, the outcome, I wonder if it's going to pan out the same way.
I mean, yeah, you're right. This is pretty, by the way, this is Wandering Orphan, guys, or Dobermom, or Miss Nikki, whatever you want to call her. And thanks for calling in. I appreciate you. What was I going to say? The Wonderland murders, which I hate to give you guys if you haven't heard about it to ruin it for you guys, but we're going to be covering that here relatively soon. It kind of had a, if you don't know anything about that one, that had a almost like a mafia basis to it, guys. From what I know about it, I should say. And there were drugs involved with that as well, and different people and so on and so forth. But I mean, it could. I know where you're going with that. It could definitely be, linked in a lot of, because again, guys, one of the main things we've heard about throughout this whole thing that keeps getting thrown up there somewhere is there was a lot of drugs involved in this area. So it's very possible. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It did different angles. If you turn it different angles and look at it different ways, yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Honestly, go ahead.
Well, I've been talking to somebody else about it, and she had said to me, I kept going back to the audio, and she's like, Nick, it's been debunked. I was like, no, it hasn't. Yeah, Court TV said da. And first off, Court TV is not Ellie. Ellie has not approached it, addressed it, anything like that.
That's what. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying too. Like, the only person that really could debunk something like this is law enforcement. I haven't heard them do that yet. So.
The other thing is, she said, well, Court TV went through the neighbor's house and they confirmed it was not their audio. And I said, Dr. D, I know he's been on, in chat and stuff like that. He's a fan of the show too.
Right. Right.
He put that video up though of the girl whose car was getting broken into, where someone had taken all of her clothes out of her suitcase and stuffed her panties in her couple.
Oh yeah.
And she had said that morning in March of last year that she had just ordered a ring cam, and she was really upset that it was going to be there the next day, and they had body cam footage of Ellie. And you can see in a lot of the faraway pan shots that she got that ring camera system, and it was pointed towards King Road and then towards their driveway where they parked. There was two.
Right.
And I firmly believe, and they were closer to Xana's room than the next door neighbor where the front doors were, side by side.
Oh,
street.
Yeah. Well, when we did that,
I think it was their audio that somebody got a hold of.
Well, and that's what I think that I had a picture of it. I showed when we went over that a month or two ago, I showed where Xana's bedroom is. And then you can see where the back door to that house is. It was literally 50 feet, folks. If
Right.
even that.
That's exactly what Ellie said. It was taken 50 feet from Xana's room.
Right.
Like, Ellie even confirmed that. And, everybody's big thing was they looked at the immediately next door neighbor on King Road, front door to skip over a yard, front door. And that's not the entrance anybody used. It's not where anybody's bedroom was or anything like that. But everybody got so stuck on, well, there's the next door neighbor. The next door neighbor said it wasn't theirs. Of course it wasn't theirs.
Right.
But my big questions are, why haven't they ever mentioned or referenced in any of these legal documents that...
Hey, can you talk a little bit, just a little bit louder, hon?
Oh, sure. Why haven't they mentioned in any of the PCAs or any of the legal documents? You think that it'd be pretty damning evidence. They have ring cameras everywhere. Well, why didn't they say, where he parked, that they saw him enter the building, that they saw him leave, who exactly arrived on scene to rule them out, because you know their DNA is going to be all over the place too. Who arrived before 911? They have footage of all of this. They have to. They have his car driving in all those different directions.
Yeah.
And they do actually have a camera pointed directly at 1122.
Right.
They have footage of all of that.
I agree. Now,
why isn't that mentioned?
Here's a quick question for you also. Why do you think that camera was pointed directly at that house?
I think because they probably were, you know, I don't like speaking ill of the deceased, but they were probably pretty problematic neighbors.
Partying all the time.
There's probably a lot of just zany bonkers crap that went down at that house.
Yep.
And it was kind of a target area entrance, and maybe they had thought that that's where someone got the idea to break into those cars instead of, you know,
I do agree with you 100% on that, because I was wondering that myself, and I was looking. I don't have a way to prove it, but I think a lot of the calls that went into PD about noise complaints and stuff like that, I think they came from that house.
I could see that.
Okay. And I think that the reason why that camera was put in was for proof, so that whenever the cops got called, they could say, hey, or maybe they were seeing, you know, I'm with you. I don't like to talk ill about the deceased. It's just not right. But for the good of the case, to say maybe they saw certain types of deals going down on a regular basis. They saw certain things that we haven't even seen going down in the parking lot. The windows were always wide open, guys. You could see what was going on, who was here, who was there. And we saw how many different people were in that house that didn't even belong there. Okay.
I was thinking more so in the vein, I mean, you know, you kind of go with what you know and what you've lived through and what your own personal experience is. But they were a sorority house as well, but a different sorority. So there's every bit of a chance it could also be to save their own hide. And like, no, that wasn't us that did that and got called in.
Right.
You know, that way they didn't get them murdered or anything like that.
Well, right. Yeah. Proof. Exactly. So that's why I think that camera was put in. And at this point, anything that came from that camera, my buddy has a camera, okay, a Ring camera on his front door. And we were over there one day, and I was like, you know what? I said, how does that thing work? Because I don't have one. But, and I was talking to him, and I was standing on the sidewalk like 12 feet from the door, and it's super clear. And I was like, I walked down the sidewalk away, and I'm still talking. I'm like, how do you hear me now? And it's still super clear. So from the back side of that house, which was Xana's bedroom, and not to mention, we already figured out, you were in here that day, Nikki, that Xana's bedroom was here, and right above her bedroom was what?
That was Kaylee's room.
And Maddie's room. No, right above her bedroom was Maddie's room.
No, Xana was on the other side.
Or no, I'm thinking of the other way. I'm thinking it down from, you're right. So anyway, but right above that would have been Kaylee's room, where the dog barking was coming from. And then directly across the hall is the other room. Okay. So.
Right. Also facts, Xana was a huge dog lover. She had her own dog. I forget what his name was, but it was adorable. And she loved Murphy. She was one of the only ones that they weren't making fun of in the video for getting onto Murphy.
Right.
That, they were teasing her about being a clean freak and loving all over Murphy and being like the class,
Right.
And so she definitely, I could very well see her saying to Ethan, what's wrong with Murphy? Are they home? Go check on him.
Yeah, right.
To get that out.
You're right. Which would explain why Ethan was, yeah, exactly. And then, okay, so you go with that. Just go with that real quick and say, okay, so he goes to check on the dog and says, somebody's here. Like, and that's where the interaction could have happened, or at any point, anything could have caused any of this.
It could have been, I know my dog's different barks, and I know when it's a person bark and when it's an animal bark. And she could have been the same way with Murphy and been like,
what's up, Darren?
That's not them playing. Someone's here.
Right. Right.
But I think it was Maddie, though, that said.
They sure did. And
someone's here.
That wasn't all drugs, too. Right. Right. So it would be very easy for that ring cam to pick up what it did if not more. Okay. And it was inside the house. I get it. And that's why you hear the loud noises so clearly as to where it's saying, get off me, stop, no. Those were very clear, but the other stuff was kind of jumbled in because it wasn't as loud.
That's also why you can hear the girls when they're on the back porch before Maddie says, I'm going inside, it's too effing cold out here.
Yeah, with that part of it, right. So, and at the same time, if Xana's window was even cracked or open a little bit, I don't know if it was, but that would have cleared it up that way too. Or any of the windows in the house that were open per se, or a door, it's going to bring that noise out that door or window or whatever, and will be picked up by the microphone on that very clearly. So,
well, I mean, obviously they went outside to smoke. You could tell just by the exhale in that video.
Yeah.
Or not video, audio.
Yeah.
Maybe she was vaping in her room and she cracked the window so she wouldn't get in trouble. Because if they're outside in the freezing cold smoking, then
yep,
it's definitely a no smoking house. She might have had her window cracked. That's all.
Right. Exactly. So, were you in here long enough?
I distinctly hear that one name mentioned. So I think that person was probably there at some point. And then I think when everything started going crazy, or whenever it was things might get crazy, or maybe he showed up, did what he intended to do, and then he didn't stick around to hang, because he just got off work.
Right. Did you hear? Were you in here long enough to hear my crazy theory that I had put together?
I don't know what the latest one is. I haven't really been.
I just did this today, just now, because that's why my title is the way it is. It was redonkulous as hell. Okay, but what's up, PPR? Thanks for joining us, bud. The reason why I did is because we've had so much stuff thrown at us. You've had your theories, I've had mine. Everybody else in here has had their own theories, based on what we've been seeing and what we've been given and what we've seen, right? So yeah. I put this thing together out of pieces and parts of everything, and then Friday, Turkey had their show, and they had Opinionated Idiot and Buzzed up there with them, and they all talked about it. The end of the show, they said, what does Daniel said, what does everybody think? And they all walked through their theories on it, and then Daniel did his last. Daniel had his theory had nothing to do with Bryan Kohberger. He went back to what I had said back in December. Okay, and I let go of it because Brian got arrested, and he said he went with the Jack Decor theory. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and I know, like I said, my theory is so far, it's not really a theory. It's something I put together, and I wanted your opinion on this too, just like everybody else in here. And I said, what if Brian was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, still being a creeper because he was stalking them? We know that. Okay. But what if he, had all this black clothing on because he was in the tree line stalking, watching what was going on. And we saw that whole thing at the bar. I know you remember this, Nikki, when we seen the girl standing there talking to Jack Decor for a while. Then they're walking home with Jack Showalter and says, and the whole time Kaylee is on her phone texting nonstop. And she looks up and says, Maddie, what did you tell Adam? And she says, I told him everything. Well, Kaylee still keeps on texting the whole time they're at the grub truck. They go home. They try to call Jack 10 times. Nothing happens. Well, what if what everything was that Maddie told him set him off, set him on a rampage? He goes and does this. By some chance, Kohberger's standing in there stalking, watching, sees this all go on. And Jack goes in and does what he does and leaves. Kohberger sees this all go on, and he's like, well, what the hell? With his criminology background and the things he's learned, we know that he's obsessed with that kind of stuff. So, and he goes in the house, looks around at what happened, and it was like, what? Wow. And that's where the whole, don't worry, I'm here to help you came from. Okay. And then he goes upstairs. He looks at that situation. He sees the sheath laying there and touches it for a minute, and then he drops it. That's where that came from. And then he heads on out of the house, which is where Dylan saw him, because he's probably worried that the cops might be coming, and he takes off like a bat out of hell, which is where that cam video came from, that they saw his car supposedly. And then that's that. And now we're at this point. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and was being nosy to the situation. That's what I came up with based on all the crazy shit that we came. And I'm not saying this is like something I truly believe. I'm saying this is something that if you put everything together, makes more sense than anything they've shown us.
Right. that's, I mean, obviously minus the Bryan Kohberger factor because he hadn't been brought into the picture at all on our scope yet. But that's exactly what I had thought had happened. Up until I saw the video with Kaylee's parents, and her mom did everything but shorts off, and her dad actually examined every inch of that kid's body, and there was nothing.
Right.
And I don't think you get out of that without a scratch on you.
Well, but
especially if you've got Ethan and Xana fighting and Kaylee fighting too for her life.
yeah, right, and
I
that's
don't think you get out of that without a scratch.
I agree with you, but Bryan didn't have anything on him either.
I didn't say I thought it was Bryan said.
Well,
I think he's guilty, but I don't think I have it, Gary.
I know what you're saying. Okay. I don't know. Like you know.
I'll put it this way, without getting anybody in trouble or running any red flags up on it. I will say, I think the person that did it, we didn't have a chance, and we never saw what condition they were in at the time of arrest.
And they're no longer with us.
Perhaps.
I know it. I knew it. That's what I kind of thought. That's okay.
But that's my thoughts on it, and
well,
that is something that has been documented, and that.
Not to mention, Miss Molly brought this. I don't mean to keep interrupting you, but if I don't say what I'm thinking, I'll forget it. Miss Molly brought something up a long ways back that we didn't really pay much attention to, but there's another person that has another car. It's not white; it was silver. That is the same model car that in the night, in the dark, with streetlights, could very well be mistaken as white. And in cameras, it could be too. So that other vehicle, do you guys know how many of these cars are in that area, by the way?
Fun fact, Jack DeCour's parents also have a light Elantra in those years too.
What'd you say, hon?
Jack DeCour's parents also have a car that does.
Exactly. Yes, and there was also another girl that was at DeCour's home at some point that drives a white Elantra too.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say her name.
No offense to anybody who drives one.
Yeah, it's becoming the hated car of the United States at this point. So, yeah, no, I know where you're going with what you're talking about, and wait a minute.
But yeah, I think Enon was there. I think he had just been. I mean, because I think I sent you forever ago the screenshot of Indeed. They started looking for a line cook.
A what?
Like
yeah, right.
The same day he said he had been just recently let go from his position in that one interview, and I think he still had his steady side hustle going that he always had, and I think he started doing DoorDash. I think he was the DoorDash driver.
Well, here's a fun fact that we're putting out that I got the other day.
I think that's why I heard his name mentioned, and it was stop.
Yeah, well,
I think Ethan was trying to get him to come back and help.
I told Mama Bear this the other day. I did, and here's something you may already know, but most of you guys don't. Bryan Kohberger's car, per se, had 16,000 miles put on it within a 7-month period of time. That's a lot of miles in 7 months, guys. And I was like, DoorDashers, they put a lot of miles on their cars too, don't they?
Yeah, but he was also, they have things of him driving to Montana, Utah.
Well, yeah, that was what I said, was he put a lot of mileage doing other things too. And he could have been driving back and forth from PA to Idaho on a regular basis too that we don't know about. So, I mean, there's just extra things to think about, you know?
Let's see here.
And does anybody know, not to throw any extra... Does anybody know, not to throw out any extra names, but they've already been thrown out there, what type of work Brent Kohberger did other than the IT thing at the college? Because a lot of these kids had more than one job, by the way, guys.
He was a security guard as well.
Right. But is that the only job he had? Nobody.
He was a security guard at the same place, I believe, previously.
Yeah. No. Right. All I'm saying is because it's been said by other creators here and there too that what if he was a DoorDash driver? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that anything's possible. I've heard, I don't know how many different was Bryan the DoorDash driver, was Kopaka the DoorDash, was Enan the DoorDash driver. I mean, everybody has been a DoorDash driver. So, I
personally think it was one specific person. I don't think the other two had the time or the bandwidth of attention to devote to a second job. I think they were pretty fixated on what they were fixated on, and that doesn't lend a whole lot of free time, I'd imagine.
Yeah, right.
That's just, my thoughts at least. But
and Sylvia, go ahead.
But I also think that if they did have a side hustle, it probably wouldn't be DoorDashing. It would probably be,
Well, yeah, that's the other thing that was already talked about is they were doing some illegal side stuff. So
yeah.
Extreme networks.
My thoughts as far as I'm willing to get into.
What do
you?
The
other thing that it made me think of was not a lot of people know about this, but I believe it was actually in Idaho as well. Maybe it was definitely Pacific Northwest region, but I don't know if anybody else has ever heard of the Burger murders. It's a lot like that, only it didn't happen at their place of employment. It happened in their home. But and of course they stayed at the scene and not taken elsewhere, but it was very much like that. It reminded me a lot of it. Just if you think there were two people just randomly saunter into this place and take out 4 people, one of them being a guy who wasn't supposed to be there, and it kind of seems real familiar to that to me too. And they got away with it for eons before they were caught.
Okay.
It kind of reminds me of that too. I forget. Yeah. I think it was just called the Burger Diner. I forget what exactly the name of the place was, but it was
Lovely.
4 teenagers minding their own business, I think they were rumored to be smoking weed on the side, which is, so illegal. Well, it's not illegal here anymore, but, just, oh my gosh, that's nothing to get kind of wild over. And, but that was the rumor of it. So nobody really looked that far into it. And the place was robbed.
Burger
so
Chef?
thought for weeks that the teenagers had robbed the place and then faked their death and didn't even look into the investigation. But
was it the Burger Chef murder?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Hardee's turned into around here. But yes, I was typing. Yeah, I was typing. You guys heard me sneaking. The mystery of the Burger Chef murders, true crime recaps. Yeah, I found it. Okay. Absolutely. Email. Somebody post the email in the chat for me, please. And all right, Bubbly. Thanks for joining us today. Here, actually, I'll just drop my email real fast for you. If you got something, please feel free to send it to me. 1 second, Nikki. I'm sorry.
Actually, you want me to hop off here, or you want me to just put you on pause and let the boys out?
It's up to you. Whatever you want to do. I mean, I don't. If you want to jump off and call back, or whatever you want to do is fine with me.
I'll just put you on pause for a minute. Nothing embarrassing's happening here.
Okay. There's my email right underneath what you said, Bubbly. You got to run, but it's right there. If you want to send something, please feel free. Give you something to think. Please, I love having stuff to think about. That's a fact. So go for it. Absolutely. Thank you, Heather, for that as well, my dear. Darren says it sounds feasible. He could have been the DoorDash driver, but I think we would have found out by now. Yeah, I feel the same way about the whole thing with him being the DoorDash driver. It's been talked about by multiple creators that he very well could have been the DoorDash driver, but because remember, we had talked about like how in the hell were they both there at the same time and didn't see each other? Because if they interviewed a DoorDash driver, he, you know, well, there was this guy in there, and then this happened. Like, why didn't that come out? Because it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for that, Mr. Darren. I appreciate you, brother, so very much. Banfield footage is also important in my opinion. Yeah, it is, Sylvia. I agree. There's, like I said, guys, I'm tired of sitting here and going, what if it was this? What if it was that? What if it was this? What if it was that? Have a great one, Bubbly, and I hope to see you again soon. Thanks for jumping in with us.
All right, Bubbly, come back soon.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just, you know, I said, okay, we know this, we know that, we know this, we know that. And I threw that all together and said, what if it was this? Because my mind is tired. I want to know what the hell happened. As much as we all do, we all want to know. I almost said we need to know. We don't need to know, but we all want to know in a bad way, guys, because this is horrific. It is horrific. We've spent more time on this case, I think, and more energy on this case. Do you know how much energy and time I spent on Summer Wells? Kylie Rodney had me insane, guys. You guys know that. Insanity. I lost sleep over that one. I still do. I still think about it because I know it's not what they said it was. And at this, we're here with this, and we're getting new stuff on a daily basis almost, or every week at least. And it changes things. And it's like, what the hell is going on?
I'll be right back. I got somebody at the door.
No problems. Take your time. It is odd timing that a DoorDash driver might be dropping off food in front of a house while murder. Right. Not to mention, there were cops in the Banfield, supposedly, when this was going on, too. What is going on with this? You know what I'm saying? Melting mind over here. Just want truth, and just that's it right there, Sylvia, because these kids don't have a voice, and that's why we do what we do. The voice for the voiceless. And I believe in wholehearted true justice for these people because they're not getting it from what I can tell. And it didn't happen in a fast. I feel like they're going to get cheated out of the truth. Okay. That's how I feel. I may be wrong. Law enforcement might have everything they need to make this happen to give to the prosecution, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And don't underestimate Bryan's attorney, guys. As we've seen thus far with the Brady Giglio stuff being put out. Like, this defense team is going to destroy very hardly. Let me rephrase this. They're going to try very hard to destroy anything that the prosecution puts up there. Okay? So.
I'm back.
All right. Welcome back.
I personally think it was personal things that they're using with the Brady Giglio thing, but I mean, on top of that, there's also the fact that
what's that, Pookie?
Disregard for disclosing where the DNA was processed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why did it take? Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for saying that. Why did it take so long for us to know that went where it went?
Makes them look inept.
Right. Well, they kind of are in some senses, in my opinion. So that's my opinion, but
no, I'm not disagreeing.
Thank you, Heather. What do we got here? So, I mean, I just don't know. I don't know. And like I said, that's where my little mind put all this crazy thing and made this one big elongated, crazy ass theory together with, because like I said, what if he was just at the wrong place at the wrong, he's still being his creepy ass self, being a creeper, stalking in all black clothing because of that, and saw this whole thing go down, went in to see what the hell happened because the door was left open when that person left, and got like looked around and went, whoa, and freaked out thinking the cops are probably coming and bolted, and maybe he touched that sheath.
You can do a better Scooby-Doo than that.
Well, yeah, right. Jinkies.
Points, man.
And that's really how I imagine that, like, when I picture in my mind how they investigated and retrieved evidence, I just see the Scooby-Doo, like the door
the infamous door or hall of doors.
Yeah.
That's all I
Running
say.
back and forth. Right. I get you.
Freaking frack running around with the magnifying glasses out.
But you said
The brand
something.
new
You had
non-scuff shoes.
you had said something months ago, and at this point, I think I'm actually about to act on that. I think I'm going to be investing in a whiteboard with some markers, folks, because the notebooks don't work anymore. I need things to look at and have out and go around and circle and erase and rewrite and all sorts of stuff. Because with everything that we look at, this one specifically has really worn me out. So
You got a camera in my house? Because I just walked up to, well, it's right next to my whiteboards, but I've got a corkboard too, and I just pulled the flashcard of my remaining questions that I've thought of that I don't have an answer to yet. I've got it down to 3, so yeah.
what are they, if I can ask?
The 3 that I had asked before calling in are the ones I've got on the card right now. It's just basically no footage of him parking or entering the premises. No actual, like, why are we asking the surviving roommates to dictate or narrate the victim's last night, hours alive?
Right.
When they weren't around, if they weren't around for it.
Yeah.
Why aren't we checking their phones or finding actual footage of them returning home?
And that's
Who
a
did
good.
they come home with? Who dropped them off?
Yeah. Those are good points. And here's the one thing I have questions like that too, but I keep telling myself that maybe they do have that info and they're just not putting it out for whatever reason. They're keeping it close to their chest. Mama Bear
Right. I don't know why they would do that though, since that would aid in,
Yeah, I agree. You're right. It doesn't
their-
make any
it would
sense.
substantiate their case.
Mama Bear just asked earlier when we were talking about, like, and it's a good point too. I've said this before, like, where in the hell and why has Bethany not stepped forward? Why haven't they talked about Bethany? Why has nothing, like, she doesn't even exist anymore in this, in a sense. And we all know she was there, or allegedly. Why hasn't she spoke out? I mean, there's a gag probably, that's fine. But even before that all went down, like, nobody has said a word about her. And she was in the same house at the same time that Dylan was. That's another huge mystery to me. And it doesn't make sense. So,
Well, keep in mind, everything about her was redacted from the PCA, so nobody's got their tongues wagging over that.
Oh.
And everybody who's allegedly spoken for Dylan, there's nothing to back up that she actually asked them to do that,
No.
approves of it,
Right.
or that that's even her thoughts.
right. And but back up to what you just said, though. Why did they redact everything from that Bethany had said?
She could have been unreliably hysterical. I hate using the word hysterical.
I
I
know.
think it's sexist, but she could have been just beside herself, nonsensical.
Yeah, but you don't think that they've gone back and interviewed her since?
Oh, I'm sure they have, but I mean, my feelings are that Dylan saw and said more than was reported.
I agree with that too.
That's what they're keeping close to the chest, or whatever the hell they like saying. And
Yeah.
that Bethany being downstairs, that it wasn't that gold mine of information that Dylan gave them, and they're keeping private.
Right. No, I
They
definitely,
only released what they absolutely had to.
I wholeheartedly feel that you are absolutely right, that there's so much more that Dylan told them than what we know.
I mean,
Real
I
quick.
think that everybody's giving her such a hard time because one hateful person decided that, I guess they hate themselves or their own community, and they wanted to slander her and lie about her and put out fake messages on her behalf. And
Right.
that's, and everybody's so critical about the whole waiting to call 911 thing. And the friend's getting called first, which I'm not judging anybody who feels that way. I agree, but I also understand why she didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I agree with that reason, but I think that's the only reason there's any real conversation about Dylan even.
Right. Jules just said that there's rumors that Bethany went home as listed, but wasn't home at the time of the unalivings, like she said, like she left before it happened and showed up after the fact. But that could be why there's nothing about her too. That's a good point, Jules. I mean, yeah. that would make sense. And Renee says, where was Bethany's car? And did Dylan drive? I don't know. I don't know those.
Yeah, I don't know that. Because neither one of them really strike me as being very expressive or free to do so right now.
Yeah, no, I get it. Now,
I think that's probably the understatement of the case. But
another quick question. I had brought this up before and I want your opinion on this too, is that stupid white truck.
Uh-huh.
What do you have a take on that or anything?
Yes, I do.
All right. Because I saw that Molly brought that up months ago. Okay.
Yeah, there's a reason that's not on my questions.
Okay, because we saw that in the video, and I went back and I thought, this is at whatever time. Nothing's open at this time. They're pulling into a parking spot. There can't be anything there. And it was just kind of ironic that they pulled in right behind them and just kind of sat there. So
I think it's pretty ironic that Bryan and his father took the route that they did home. I think it's pretty ironic that all of his GPS pings put him not as a Lone Ranger, and everything is worded for more than one party.
Mm-hmm.
I think we haven't heard about that infamous co-defendant because we can't. And I think that
okay,
when it went down, I think you sure you want me to say this?
You can say whatever you want to say on here, and that's what this is all about in here. You know that.
All right. Well, it's just my theory. Like I said, I'm not a police professional, and I didn't actually get my master's in photography, or not photography. I got it in photography, not in psychology.
And this, just before you say anything, again,
I think that
this is all alleged, speculative that we're talking about, folks. So don't go anywhere with this, thinking that it's factual.
Right.
So anyway,
right. This is just my yarn and flashcards.
That's it.
Strung together.
That's it.
I think Enon was a DoorDash driver. I think that he was also their dealer. I think he did a little specialty combo run because he would still be in the kitchen cleaning up until just before then, because Mad Greek and all the bars and everything like that closed down late. I think that the only place that was open 24 hours was Wingco. And I think that Xana asked a favor. So he brought her DoorDash delivery, and that his name was being called. Maybe he was outside having a cigarette, something else, who knows. Sees the car, hears the screaming. He did say he heard screams. He took it back, but then he said it again.
Right.
I think he came forward immediately. It was over there. I heard screams. Like, I looked outside and his car was there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how they caught on to it so stupid fast. And wouldn't you know, just like the next morning after they said that they spoke to the DoorDash driver is when they put out the warrant for the car and the search notice.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. And wait, real quick, backing up just a second into what you just said. If you remember when Enon was talking, he had told that he saw a black SUV. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. I think that was his way of, how can I put this? He saw a vehicle, but I think he tried to change it up to, how can I, like, maybe to tell
cover his own ass.
That, thank you. Okay, there you go. Yeah, that right there. Because I remembered that after the fact that he had talked about that black SUV, and then all of a sudden that was never talked about again. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, he would have seen a black SUV also because Kaylee just got one, or had one, I believe.
It was
so maybe he just threw it off like that just to deflect. I think that it's pretty ironic that one of Ryan's GPS pings was over a town debated to be Washington or Idaho.
Right.
We all know which town I'm talking about. And that his exact cell ping if you look it up and zoom in real close, map to map, sits on the home of Enon's parents, who own the exact same truck.
Right.
And Enon had even said he had lost his license recently. He couldn't drive. And we saw the body cam footage of them telling him not to drive. I think he borrowed his parents' truck and was just kind of, he just got off work. He's kind of, diddy bopping around doing whatnot.
Oh, 1 second, Nikki. 1 second.
Drop-offs.
Hold on 1 second. It's Dover Mom or Wandering Orphan Pookie. And real quick, guys, just to clarify something, I'm almost dead on point to tell you that it was not Jack in the Box that was delivered to that house. Okay. I think the Jack in the Box bag was old. I think that was old and that had been there. Okay. So everybody got stuck.
No, I went back deep on Indeed, and that wasn't just with the Mad Greek. The only place that was open that night, 24 hours,
Right,
that would deliver to them was Wayne Company.
yes, and Jack in the Box wasn't open at all, folks. So get that out of your minds completely, please.
Yeah, that was old. I mean, even the drink sitting next to it from Jack in the Box had separated and was fermenting, almost curdled.
Yes.
So.
And I don't know.
It looked like it had some heft to it, but if anybody else in the world is anything like me, and I don't think that I'm so special or unique, I'm the only person who does this. When we're done eating our food, we put the trash right back in the same bag. And if there's 2 bags, we'll wad that bag and that trash up and put it in one bag before we take it to the trash can. And I think that that's why the bag probably looked like it still had something in it, was because it did, but it was trash or just uneaten food.
Right. And like Pookie just said too, we all looked into that. Jack in the Box was not even open. So
no,
it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? There was
it closed 2 hours before the DoorDash was dropped off. And I raise your hand if you'd rather have hot wings over cold Jack in the Box that's been sitting in Enon Harsh's car for 2 hours. If you think what I think.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And somebody said, if you really want to go into the Jack in the Box theory, that they said Xana's sister was there a few days before and had brought Jack in the Box once she was there. And that's probably what that was from. So yeah, all of that stuff, guys, you can just erase that and get that out of your mind so that we don't keep going back to that, because that's what has been done over and over again. So, Joel says, yeah, the crusty Starbucks coffee too. That's way old. So yeah. Here's the thing, not to talk ill of
the only thing that makes it make sense to me is that Enon Harsh, almost in my perspective, has to be the DoorDash driver.
Okay.
It checks every box. It straightens every path, lines up every time that we've been given officially, and anything that has been leaked or somebody's let slip in any interview that's directly involved with the case, not a spokesperson for or on behalf of, actual witness and surviving members' statements.
Yeah.
It's the only way I can see to line it all up. And I have actively tried to disprove myself on that, and I can't. I can't come up with any other explanation.
It makes sense. It does. And here's the thing, guys. I still truly believe. Can you hear me okay, Nikki?
Yeah, I think that the last thing I touched on the GPS point being on his parents' house. I think Bryan went that way for the same reason that he left the day SWAT struck on the other person.
Right.
And I think he went down to stop and drop off a warning.
Okay.
To make sure everything was all good.
Okay. Well,
I think it was a check-in thing that he knew he wasn't going to out him in front of his dad if his dad was with him. But also it was touching base with, hey, we're still friends, or hey, you better keep your mouth shut.
Now, with her saying that, guys, remember...
Allegedly, speculation, all of that.
Yeah. No. Now, with her saying that, let's back up. Remember when I told you guys I was looking into something, and I looked into the date that Enon had moved into that apartment, and then I looked into the dates that the quote-unquote ping started happening from Bryan's phone. Well, it was kind of ironic. Let's just go with the fact that I still think that Enon was, if nothing else, Bryan's drug dealer, okay? I think he was a lot of people's drug dealer, in my opinion, because he put that out there himself. So the pings, very conveniently, in my opinion, started showing up around not too long after the fact that Enon moved into that apartment next door to the girls. Okay. And they were on a regular basis. So, let's say he's going to pick up this or going to pick up that. as I had said before, he starts seeing more things and hanging out with Enan, and who knows if they even maybe together went to a party over there together at one time to deliver something.
And business had to be good because Enan Harsh was working as a line cook.
Yeah.
But he could still afford 2 apartments that cost over, I think, what was it, like $1,500 to $2,000 a month, depending on which location.
Yeah,
and he both of those at the same time, so business was good.
And he picked up. He said, remember, he had said that he got approved for that new vehicle. Which was not a cheap vehicle, folks. Not for somebody if it was in as bad a shape as everybody thought he was. So there's that too. So
the other person that I suspect almost has to be. I can see no other reason that, you know, living within a certain radius of St. Louis and knowing that it is an Army Air Force like collaborative training facility that is, I believe, the only one in the States that trains for that person's MOS.
Mm-hmm.
And they also subpoenaed bank records from a military credit union where you have to be a member. Having had an account there in California when I lived there, I know for a fact you do have to be an active duty member or a reserve retiree type situation, but you have to be military to open an account there. You don't need a treat. No, you don't need a treat. Sorry, he's using his buttons. My dog's talking to me.
That's all right.
But I think that how else would you explain needing those? And why else would everything be so very tight-lipped and hush-hush if they could get it out and prove that he did it alone? There's a whole lot more that they would have to back that up and to show us that they're not, you know, frickin' frack.
And why would they not? Why would they not show us if they have it? That's the other thing.
I think it's because someone else's name is involved and they absolutely botched that suspect recovery. Let's put it that way.
Right.
So.
Jeff says real quick, around the time of the murders, I thought I had Googled Jack in the Box and Pullman and they had 24-hour delivery. No, I think we've all looked into that one and they don't, because the one in Moscow wasn't even open at all. Period.
It wasn't, and the one in Pullman wouldn't have assigned a DoorDash to deliver there because Moscow had their own Jack in the Box.
Right. So, that's what we've all learned on that aspect of it. Real quick, Sylvia says this religious counseling that BK is getting in jail is Christian-based 12-step type program. Guess who is going to see him? By the way,
I'm guessing Wilson. If I give you a treat, will you stop hitting the button? I'm taking the button away.
Reverend or Pastor Doug Wilson has been going to see him at the jail. That's a whole other bag of worms, folks.
You know where he's gleaned this this approach from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bundy did the same thing in Utah with the Mormon Church. The entire Mormon community rallied behind Ted Bundy during his case against Carol DeRange and his attempted kidnapping and assault and forcibly passing away that he tried to do to her. The entire Mormon community rallied behind Ted Bundy and paid for all of his legal expenses and his bail to get him out before his trial.
Yep.
Tell me that he doesn't know that, having studied.
I'm sure he knows everything there is to know.
Right?
Yeah, I'm
That's
sure
where
he knows
got that from.
everything.
He's taking little bits and pieces from all of his favorite. He's trying to do a highlights reel. The other person he kind of reminds me of is Israel Keys, with keeping everything so anonymous and being so fastidious and meticulous.
Right.
With cleanup and things of that nature. Israel Keys is pretty terrifying if you guys look into him. There's a reason his case was buried as well. It was part of a deal. That's pretty widely known now, but it's still hard to find information on.
Right. Real quick, Jules
and
just...
that is LA confirmed, by the way.
That is...
About Israel Keys.
Yeah. Jules just said again, I'm just going to say this. When someone working DoorDash accepts an order, they don't see the address it's going to until after it's accepted. They just see general area until then. That's important. It is actually, yeah, because
Right.
you don't know.
I think there's a reason it doesn't say an order was placed through DoorDash. It says with DoorDash. Just like I think it's very important and very strategic wording on behalf of Ellie that, and I'm sure Jules being, a pro, she's already seen it instantly, but I've also put a lot of importance on the fact that they say the trash was collected, the trash from the Kohberger residence was collected in Albrightsville.
Right.
Not the trash was collected from the family home, which is at their address, Albrightsville.
And
I think it was very carefully worded, meaning
that's
they took
it
it from a neighbor's trash.
Right.
The trash was from their home.
That's something I've learned with this case too, guys. And what Nikki's saying is if you pay attention to wording, it makes a huge difference in a lot of different things. If it's generalized, when something is said generally, it's what it is. It's generally based, okay? Certain words can be said and mean something completely different than what you think it is if you're not careful. The wording is very, very convenient, Sylvia. You're absolutely right. And that's how they're keeping certain things to be out of the press per se. Mm-hmm. Because then there's no, they can say one thing one way and mean it another way, and they're getting away with doing what they're doing at the same time.
Right.
I don't think that the
still technically honest.
Okay. Staten says that she doesn't think that the Mormon religion stood behind Ted Bundy. She was 18 at the time, and I will have to ask someone in the church about this.
It definitely did.
Absolutely.
It's widely known and documented.
I read something somewhere too. Yeah.
Petitions. Yeah, they petitioned outside the courthouse. The leader of the Mormon church did specials on the news saying that they just simply got the wrong man, not their Ted. They need to get back to work and go find the real Ted. It's highly confirmed and widely known.
Yeah, I had read that. I read that a long time ago, but didn't pay attention to it until now because
Ironically, though, I'm not plugging my thing. I've only got one episode on my thing, but the one I do have is about Ted Bundy, and ironically enough, the Mormon church turned their back on Ted's mom and his girlfriend Liz Kleffer for being mothers out of wedlock. But rally to support Ted Bundy.
Yeah, I know. It's
yeah, okay.
It doesn't make sense. So
no, it's just I think he thought he would just there a highlight reel he had, and was placed through DoorDash. I think it was placed with a DoorDash driver, and that it was, hey, if you're gonna run us over, where are you right now? If you're already gonna run something upstairs to the girls, do you mind grabbing me Jack in the Box too? I'll just give you all of what I would pay DoorDash and what I was gonna tip you, just directly to you. Because they said that it's been scrapped, and if anybody's got an old copy of documentation where they haven't scrapped it yet, they say that the DoorDash driver came forward and even confirmed which of the roommates answered the door that he gave the food to. And how did he do that unless, I guess if it was placed through DoorDash, Xana, I don't think it was. I think that's why they subpoenaed all the records for DoorDash.
Right.
And I think that's why it was a big question mark and why they needed those records was because, DoorDash doesn't have a record of that.
Right.
So I need to see all the records, and I need to see maybe somebody's employment history to see if that was it or if it was they just know I work for them. I just picked up a gig with them, and they knew I was already going to be out and about.
He was doing somebody a favor, right?
Yeah, and they just paid me.
Satin, Satin says, I also, Ted Bundy kidnapped and murdered my distant cousin, Deborah Kent. I'm so sorry for that, Satin.
I am so sorry for that too.
My condolences.
I was just actually watching the other day it's called Defending Ted Bundy. It was on Peacock, and it was his attorney that was, forced to represent him.
Mm-hmm.
And that the one who had pieced together about Deborah's case.
Yeah.
And it was gut-wrenching, and I felt so terrible for this poor guy, because he get into the job thinking he's going to keep innocent people off death row.
You're right.
And he gets stuck with Ted Bundy of all people, and he says he just, every time he talked to Ted, he'd just go home and he wouldn't be able to sleep. He'd be violently ill. He just constantly questioned, why did I ever think that I was going to be doing anybody any good? Now I'm stuck here and I have to do this.
Yeah. No, I get it. I agree on that too, Jules. I do.
I have a perspective question for you, though. Well, I've got you on the phone and I'm hogging up all your time.
Well, ask away.
I think, my opinion, that if somebody is convicted of first degree, and they're sentenced to any method of life ending by the state, I think that they automatically appeal the case. I think they should have to change their attorney. I don't think they should get the same attorney if we're being, as a public, forced to change out our jury, most times judge, and a lot of times prosecutor. I don't think that they should get to retain the same attorney to rework and tweak the case in a new sparkly fashion. What worked last time and what didn't work. I don't think that that's fair. I think they should have to change public defenders.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
Okay.
I do.
I just wondered if I was the only person who thought that.
No, I agree personally. I mean, I don't know if anybody else does, but I agree with you. Real quick, the poll I put up is Bryan Kohberger innocent. 75% of you said no, and 25% yes. So, most everybody thinks he's guilty, and that's fine. I respect everybody's thoughts, theories, opinions on all this, as I always have. But that poll has been dealt with, so there's the answer on that. No, I really do agree with you. Here's my real quick question for you, since you're on the phone, and then I can go ahead and let you go.
Sure.
Do you think that Idaho, this was asked the other night in Drunk Turkey's stream. It's a good question, by the way. Who in here, this is for everybody, by the way, but who in here thinks, including you, Miss Nikki, that the state changed the thing to the firing squad because of this case?
Well, it was already in talks and in the works well before anyone even passed away.
Yeah.
But I think that is definitely why it was voted through with such a nearly unanimous base in the state. I think that this case definitely motivated everybody to vote in favor.
Well, you know that a lot of the lethal injection drugs, they've been shortages of. Opinionated Idiot had said, he even had seen. So when he said it, I went and looked it up, and he's absolutely right. Like, there's a shortage on these drugs, guys.
There's not just a shortage. Companies that are refusing to provide those for that reason.
That's that was
penalty.
Right. That was what I was going to say afterwards, but thank you. So facts. So they're changing a lot of that. Jules just said what you had said. It's something they wanted beforehand. They just used this to push it. It's what politicians do. That's a fact. Thank you, Jules. I just thought that was very interesting. And Sherry,
I would personally pick the chair.
And that's what I think Dan had asked, or Steve had asked, or maybe it was Dan in Publicly Buzz. What happened to the electric chair? I mean, we have it here still, in Ohio.
We have it in Missouri as well.
What happened? Like, why did they just? A lot of people argued years ago that it was inhumane. Okay.
Until they started having people trying to administer lethal injection improperly or without substantial amounts of the necessary components, and it was slow, torturous, agonizing poisoning.
Yes.
I think that's made them rethink things. But I mean, personally, I've been shocked by faulty refrigerator wiring, which is the, pretty good blast, not
Yeah.
anywhere near the chair, but a pretty good blast that made my acrylics go black on my hand.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't really feel anything when it happened. And you got to think, if it's at that much voltage to instantly end all your processes, you're probably not going to feel anything then either. The next day, my muscles were sore because of the tremors,
effects.
but they don't really have to worry about that.
No.
Firing squad, well, hope somebody hits something vital and that it only takes you, 3 minutes to bleed?
Yeah.
If they hit a vital organ.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, there's no way I would pick lethal injection.
I think they should bring back.
Than not, that's
right. I think they should. Me personally, and I thought this for years. I think they should bring the gallows back and just go back to hangings. In my opinion, because it's effective, it's quick, it's done.
Yeah, but then you got the whole public spectacle of it. Give me 1 second. I got to swap the boys out again.
It's fine. I mean, you don't have to make it a public thing. You know what I mean? You can keep it private, other than the way they do now with injections or whatever. You can have the people that are allowed to be there. You don't have to have it. You can keep it inside, whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
My opinion, So it'll be a professional marksman. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Jules. They're not going to have they're just not going to have somebody come out there and say, all right, start shooting and hope you hit something. Right. That would be kind of insane. You got somebody with holes all over them. That's Swiss cheese. That's crazy. I've felt for a long time, like, just bring back hanging. It was quick and very effective. I mean, I know they had some issues with it here, or Moundsville prison I went to on a tour one time, and they talked about a story that happened where it detached the guy's head from his shoulders because he was a really big guy. And when he dropped him, it just decapitated him. I get you got options where you got to deal with in that sense, but
that's like the electric chair. The first thing that pops in my mind is the movie The Green Mile.
Oh yeah. I guess it's based on people's the way that they're made. You know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Mama Bear, can I be excused for one moment? I'll be right back.
I've been gone long enough that it's your turn.
I'll be right back. Say that again, Nikki. I don't think she heard you.
Oh, I said, good talking to Mama Bear again. I just sat back down. She needs company to talk to. What are your thoughts on the infamous DoorDash driver, Miss Mama Bear?
I don't know. I think maybe it was just a thing that just happened. I don't think it's necessarily a part of it, I guess.
I could see that.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said, yeah, I could see that. Honestly, that's pretty much the only other thing that fits for me personally, other than what I think. But yeah. I can definitely see that. Just being a random, holy crap, bad luck.
That's I'm not real sure what to think about this whole case. Kind of like you guys were saying right before I left, it's just kind of, there's just so much and so many different pieces, and I just don't know for sure what I think or anything like that.
Yeah, it's like put together a 1,000-piece jigsaw upside down where all you can see is the cardboard.
Yeah.
With no edge pieces to go into it.
Yeah. That would be it exactly. So.
Let's see. Miss Jules said, I'm going to say if Bryan is the DoorDash driver, it was spontaneous and he wasn't a stalker. Only thing that makes sense if you look at the logistics. I agree. Yeah, on that point. I can't.
So I did real quick. The 16,000 miles over 7 months is only like 15 miles a day. I did the math.
I guess it's not as much as it sounds then.
Right.
So no big kill, whatever.
I was like, oh. Okay.
It sounds like a lot, though, in a short period of time when you first hear about it, you know?
Yeah.
I think the door trap. He said, okay, Jeff, I got it. I think the DoorDash driver was just minutes off from being either killed himself or being a John McCain diehard type movie. I got you, Jeff. I got you. I get it.
Sorry, I had to throw yippee-ki-yay in there.
No, absolutely. I mean, guys, this has turned everybody inside out. Okay, we have so many things that we've looked at and don't know what to look at. At the same time. So, hold on a second. That's the name of mine. Anyway. So at this point, like I said, that's why I kind of tried to put this little thing together in my head with what we had and said, okay, what about this? Because again, nothing else really does make that much sense. I mean, there's 50 other options we could look at with this. Okay. 1 second. Are you done, Donald? Okay. Go get your water now. So it's more realistic hearing it that way, Mama, for sure. Absolutely, Jules. Absolutely, I agree with that. Because like when you first hear it, 16,000 miles and so, you're like, wow, that's a lot of mileage. But then when you break it down, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Jules also says the police being in the field, that was a problem for me from day one. They were literally right there. In fact, we watched a video where you can see them interacting, and in the background, you watch the light go off in the house. And I was like, whoa, like they're right there. Okay.
Yeah.
And if there was screaming heard, they didn't hear it.
Yeah, I find that hard to believe.
That was what I'm saying. It was kind of a problem for me, but then, okay, maybe not. Maybe because they were talking or whatever, but they were literally right there. So I had issue with that. The timeline with Dylan, this case is one. It is very much so, Jules. This is probably, like I said, I spent a lot of time with Summer. I spent a lot of time with Kylie. I've never put in as much energy into anything as I have with this one. I'll be honest with you. I was pretty close running with the Kylie case. I'll be honest. And Summer was just nonstop with hers. It just never stopped until it stopped. Okay.
I'm still not done with Summer. I'm not going to be done with Summer until we have an answer.
Right. No, I don't think any of us that were on it are going to. But like, you just kind of have to back off and wait for something to come up for it. And we have for a long time because there is nothing. But energy-wise, I have put so much energy into this because I really feel it was so horrific. I feel so bad for these families, guys. I really do.
Yeah, and I thought the Dylan Rounds case was a mess, but this is a bigger mess, and Ellie is involved. With Dylan Rounds, there wasn't even any Ellie involved, and it was still a mess.
Yeah. When Rounds is concerned, we all know that because they had him in custody for how long and didn't do anything with him. Come on, that doesn't make any sense. So we know Ellie screwed up there, and I'm sorry, I hate to say this. I think they screwed up here too. I really do. And I'm not saying they did it on per se. I think it was lack of experience. I really do. And I don't think they knew what to do with this, guys. Because this, I mean, even being an EMS, going into a scene like this, I would have just been like, what the hell? Wow. You know what I mean? I've seen some pretty horrific stuff, but even something like this, it's a lot to take in, guys, a lot to deal with. No, it was around the same time, Jeff. That's the thing. They were out all night long doing that, whatever the hell that plain clothes thing they were doing, okay? Trying to catch underage drinkers and stuff like that. They were over in that field. I showed a video, like I said, you weren't in here at that time, but I showed a video when they were interacting with those guys, and in the background, you can see their house and you can watch the lights go off at a certain time. So it's just, the whole thing is insane. Every piece of this is nuts. A lot. Sylvia says I put a lot of mental, physical, and emotional. Yeah, I agree. I have too. I
think
put
this
up.
case is one that makes any true crimer feel like that old grizzled cop, like, this is the case that broke me, or this is the case that, like, the case of my career, or whatever. Like,
Yeah, I can
done with
agree.
this case, and it's like, I'm getting too old for this shit.
Yeah, this one has taken a lot out of a lot out of everybody in this community. I'll be honest with you. The whole true crime thing. Everybody's been in it. All right, David. Thank you for joining me, sir.
Bye, David.
Brother. Or wait, he's probably working. Be careful, brother. We love you. Going by the first timeline, the Banfield footage was at the same time. Yeah, right. And that's the other thing. I cannot get past this timeline. I can't. Thursday, you weren't in here, Nikki, but Thursday, thank you, Heather. Thursday, we did a Mama Bear had pulled up this thing, and it was a whole manifesto of all this whole thing put together. And the whole timeline from the beginning to the end, right there in the timeline area or in the area where they had when the unalivings took place. All the stuff that went on in that period of time makes absolutely zero sense. It doesn't fit together. It's not even possible, in my opinion. And that's what pushed me into going back into resurrecting, per se, looking at this again, because it just still doesn't make sense to me that's, if you go with the basics that he came in and did what he did and he left. No. It doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know.
Do you think he stayed and cleaned up, or?
That's insane. Come on. You know how long? Well, he couldn't have cleaned up, really, because
To a certain extent, I meant.
I mean, well, that's another question that's been asked. People have asked in other streams with other creators. Do you think he changed his clothes? I mean,
no.
Would anybody that did something like that, do you feel, take the time to clean up or change their clothes? Being worried, knowing there's other people in the house too, that maybe somebody called the cops? Because I would imagine that's what my thoughts would be. That's a good question. Does anybody think that Nikki just asked? Do you think that he cleaned up? Do you think that he changed his clothes? Is what my question was. Anybody? Do you guys feel that way?
I don't.
And he is whoever it was. I'm not saying he is in Kohberger himself. I'm just saying whoever was in there, do you think they tried to clean up? Do you think they tried to change their clothes out? Because again, guys, where's the blood? Where's the blood trail? Do you think that the Elantra is a rolling crime scene?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Because
I do.
He had gloves on, but I think that he probably washed the gloves off in the kitchen sink, and that's why there was so much of a rigmarole around the kitchen sink during photographs and evidence placards. But I don't think he took the gloves off.
There was more than one of those, Jeff. There was a couple of videos with them out in that Banfield. Yeah, no, I can go with that, Nikki. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
I think that's all he had time to do, though.
At the very least, yeah.
And that would keep there from being handprints on the door on his way out. If he even closed it, if he even closed it behind himself when he came in, But I think if there was any cleanup at all, that's probably the extent of it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well, I mean, let's see. Pookie just said, I think he wore PPE and he took it off in the woods behind the house where he already had a plastic bag. And I thought about that. Maybe he had like a Tyvek suit on, okay? Zipped him up, but no, because he walked out of the house, quote unquote, whoever it was, in all black clothing. So there's that too. Could have been a jumpsuit.
Walked out of the house in it.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have been a jumpsuit, and took that off out in the woods there. But wouldn't they have found traces of that out? I think they looked around, right? That's what I was thinking. They would have found traces because they had canines over there. Jules just said that too, that there was canines running around.
The thing though that doesn't give me a whole lot of faith in that is just back to how much do we see them investigating the house versus the outside of the house? Slim to none. And we had the security guard that just let Bryan and not Bryan and the other, not Bryan and in to look around.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Parameter of the house.
Right.
And I couldn't have been the only one who noticed. He stepped over, like, evidence, the trash that they never collected the trash from 1122.
Mm-hmm.
They never collected that at all. And then he steps over the trash and puts his foot, I mean, within a 2-minute evidence placard of a suspect's footprint.
Right.
And, like, guys, did we just forget to count? Or was that, like, the last one? What is going on here?
Right. Heather just sent me this, by the way. 1 second here. Hold on. And this is in regards to she sent me a few things in regards to the knife sheath. Just all right, where are we at here? It's a problem for this came from the Sun. It's a problem for the prosecution if the reports are accurate and the first lab did not match the DNA to Kohberger. An attorney, a former federal prosecutor, Nima Rahmani, told Newsweek. Even though familial DNA matches are new, the state is going to have to explain why the first lab drew a different conclusion. That's a really, really good point. You would think that, here's a question for you, Jules, if you know this, not to put you on the spot, but why would something like that happen? And how could something like that happen? If it's the same DNA, why can one lab get one answer and another lab get a different one?
They didn't prove it was Bryan's DNA, though. They proved it was his dad's son.
Well, does he have another?
His dad could have knocked up anybody.
Well, so there's another Kohberger person floating around that did this, and we don't know who he is?
It poses plausible doubt.
I mean, it does, and that's what the defense is going to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why this kind of stuff is dangerous in this case. If they think that he's guilty, you know what I'm saying?
They also didn't say if there was any other DNA or fingerprints or evidence left on the sheath other than that evidence.
That's true too. That's what I was going to say.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this says the knife sheath faces new scrutiny as investigators sent the knife for further testing at an out-of-state company, according to News Nation. I don't know if that means that the lab in Idaho, the state lab, wasn't good enough. Reporter Ashley Banfield said on her show. Police said they found the sheath next to Mogen's bed, just inches away from her body and the body of Goncalves. Trace DNA was found on the sheath's button, but forensic specialists haven't connected the DNA to Kohberger. That's big, guys. That's really big. Because if they cannot connect that to him, guess what? That trace DNA can be thrown out, and guess that there's nothing else there. I don't think. That's crazy. Thank you, Heather. That's really, what am I doing? There we go.
Watch it be a Springer episode, like come to life and gone tragic. Like you find out like both BKs were actually brothers. Or something stupid like that. Like, good
I mean,
Lord.
I've seen crazier things happening, honestly.
Frickin' frack.
Banfield surmised the Idaho forensic analyst may have created a weakness in the state's criminal complaint against Kohberger. Banfield questioned the forensic analyst. You couldn't do the job of finding any DNA on the knife sheath? Banfield and defense attorney Mark O'Mara discussed the potential jeopardy to the defense the new revelations could cause, which we know, okay? Defense attorneys look wherever they can find to find a potential of reasonable doubt, O'Mara warned. Now, that being said, we all know now at this point that his attorney is a superhero. She's really good. If you want to go back and look into her and look at what she's lost, what has she lost, folks? Anyway, if you want to go back and look at what she's won and lost, she's good. She's very good. And I have a feeling that prosecution is really going to have to fight to push this through, guys, if they really want to stick this on him. When there is a test, either that they have to do, wait a minute, what? When there is a test, either that they have to do unique, they have to go out of state, they have to do a second or third time, or it's inconclusive. Those are little items that defense attorneys use to see if there is reasonable doubt there. Amara said the evidence in the case should still be enough to convict, but says the defense attorney must be happy with her new findings. I'm sure she is.
Yeah, it's the same thing as you don't go to one doctor and he says, well, I think you might have, cancer. We're going to go ahead and start you up on chemo here in 5 minutes. No, they want you to get an extensive scan and see a second opinion, that sort of thing, because it is a serious matter. So that makes all the sense in the world.
You're right.
As far as I've always been concerned.
And everything that they found in the family home that they talked about it here, that list that we saw where they released that, it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't put him at that scene. It doesn't do anything.
As far as we know.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So I don't know. Like there's just a lot to it, folks. There's really a lot. Let's see. Jules also said over here, they are also claiming the DNA match was done in a Texas lab, the Idaho. Right. That's what I was just saying, Jules. Right. What's up, Lena? Good to see you. No worries, hon. Thank you for joining us. We love you too. Which I understand more than one lab doing the work for verification purposes. Why is the other lab in Texas not mentioned anywhere? That's true. That's true. And
yeah, that was my issue, was why wouldn't you disclose that? Even if you don't mention that it didn't pop, I guess that's why they disregarded it from the PCA, was because they couldn't confirm that they had confirmed it on their facility.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want that dichotomy of, perjury or something to that effect.
Right. Right. What I don't understand, okay? I mean, these labs pretty much use the same technology or whatever to do the same type of testing. Like, is a broad stretch. They do it all the same types of things, I'm guessing. Why? I want to know why one place can make it match and the other place can't, is what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense. And then somebody, Sylvia had said that this place in Texas, and it's been talked about before too, is some sort of a startup company from what she's heard. Could be wrong. It's just something I read. And then Jules says, Sylvia, yep, Othram Incorporated. Okay. It's a little, I'm not getting all like conspiracy theory, but that's a little sus to me that they're using this one place all of a sudden that is a startup place and nobody knows like what's the deal with that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
It looks questionable.
There's a lot of things.
That's why they had a problem with putting that on the PCA with tricky wording, as opposed to having no issue with doing it with, I believe, the trash and other things that they've, obviously kind of had their hand caught in the cookie jar on. Saying.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Go ahead. Hold on, folks. 1 sec. Okay, then. Idaho contracted with Othram 6 months before the murders. That's weird. Okay.
Well, hey, listen, I've already taken up
that's fine.
A lot, so I'm gonna hop off and let you guys have your show back.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. Absolutely, and thank you so much for your insight and your very informative opinions. I appreciate that so very much. And it's great to see you in the chat as well. So you have a great rest of your day, and we'll talk to you some more.
Back at both y'all.
Bye, Nikki.
Okay, bud.
All right.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
honey.
Alrighty. Thank you, Miss Nikki, Wandering Orphan, Dober Mom, for calling in. I appreciate that so very much. I love the insight, opinions, and theories. Sorry if nobody else could get in. She had a lot to say, truthfully, guys, and it was, it's worth hearing for sure. I appreciate that, Nikki. I do. If anybody else would like to call in, please feel free. The number's down there, 234-703-4047. What's up, Mama Bear?
Not much.
All right, let me get this down. That's some interesting insight to have, though, folks, about that whole thing with the labs and all that. It's kind of interesting in my opinion.
Yeah.
One second, see if this is. And thank you, Heather, for that, hon. I appreciate that so very much. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back, Pookie. That was very quick. One moment. My dog's driving me nuts. He won't be quiet. Hold on. What is the matter with you?
Poor Oscar.
Good Lord. All right. I might call in some. I have so much to. Please do, Sylvia. I'd love to hear. We'd all would. Please do. All right. And this one other thing here that goes right along with what we were talking about. I want you guys to hear this real fast. We started because I let it go too quick. Yeah, absolutely, Sylvia. Please. I don't ever want anybody to feel nervous about calling in, guys. I love it. I love hearing your guys' theories and thoughts on everything. We both do, to be honest with you. We all do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this again is in relation to, as you can read right there, why Bryan Kohberger's DNA presents a problem for prosecution, as I feel it does too. Oh, wait a minute. Where's the damn volume at? Hold on.
It's actually muted. Click your little speaker.
Yeah, there it is. I just couldn't find it on that side, but thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Said that really from kind of the beginning of all of this, is that, to be honest with you, the DNA is nice to have. It puts him at the scene of the crime, but it doesn't put him at the scene of the crime potentially on that date and around that time. So yes, I think that this is a hole that can really be poked in the prosecution's argument.
And that was it. Okay. So, in essence, what she just said.
If you're a homeowner in Ohio and you're still.
Well, I don't need to hear from you today, but anyway.
No, I'm not.
Right. What that says is that he was there, but they're not saying he was there on that day. But it's only on that knife sheath. So the knife sheath was laying around, and he went in there one day and, hey, what's this? And put it down on the bed, and then it was just laying there the whole time. I mean, that's kind of redundant, folks, but still, I get it, and that's how the defense is going to use it. Basically, she's very good, and she's going to tear that apart. Everything she can, she's going to tear it apart. So if he is guilty, it's going to be, they're going to give prosecution a run for their money. I really think so. And with his knowledge too, I'm sure he's going to be saying, hey, what about this? And what about that? And how about this? And she's going to go look for that and run with this and do that. I mean, it's going to be insane. That's probably what we're going to do for the entire time, guys, is that trial. Just be ready. What do we got here? I have been following pretty much all of Sigma Chi for months on Instagram, along with all the sororities, etc. And I have made a lot of connections. Give me a call, Sylvia. I want to know. I want to know what you know. Please. It doesn't have to be today if you're not comfortable today, but soon you need to call me because I want to talk to you about it. I do. And so does Mama Bear. She might not be saying it, but she does.
I do.
That way she can stop listening to my insanity and she can hear somebody else talk about something that has some sense about them. See?
I think there's a serial killer in the UK.
Yes, we're going to talk about that. Not today. There's a lot to that one. It kind of involves the Nicola Bully case too. So we're going to be looking into it, Pookie. Don't you worry. I have what you sent me, and we're going to talk about it. I just didn't want to blend them together. That's all. Please do, Sylvia. Write everything down, get yourself together, and we can sit here and talk about it all day long if you really want.
It's a very good possibility, Jules.
So basically, Sylvia has info that can validate that WSU mom Kim was saying I'm getting from, yes, I believe so, Sylvia.
Just got to get it all down and organized so that,
We'll do another one of these. I'm going to end up probably having an open discussion somewhere in this week if we have time, and we can just throw it out there in that open discussion, Sylvia, and you can call in and we'll put it in to effect, and we will listen with all ears. I only have 2. If somebody's got more than that, it absolutely would. That's what this is about, folks. Today's been a good day because I'm getting from all sides, and that's what I want. That's why I do this. I want your guys' thoughts and theories. I don't want you guys to be afraid to say something because you can't be in here. That's not what we're about. We're about respecting other people's theories and thoughts in here, and I want to hear it. I want to hear it from you guys because it helps us too. You guys might have one little piece of information that can go with something Mama Bear has and something that I have that will make something make sense finally, because a lot of things never do. One second. I'm once again. It's only been one day that he's home, and he's already driving me insane.
A whole another 7 days ago.
One piece each. Yes. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Make it. A lot of stuff is disappearing, but I am keeping notes. I should. Yeah, you have to, because I've noticed things that we saw a couple months ago are no longer there, and things are popping up. They go away. They pop up. They go away. Yeah, I see what you're saying too, Nikki. I understand. That's kind of what I think happened to another creator that I watched. It was sad, but he just disappeared. I don't know. And that's the same thing, Larry. I 100%. That's it. That's it. Period. Bold letters. Yeah. Bottom line. I want justice for the victims, and period. And that's why I put the time and effort in that I do. That's why the moderators here do what they do. Heather and Mama Bear and Molly and everybody. It's the same thing. We have the same end result that we want out of this. These families deserve true justice for losing their children, okay? And their brothers and their sisters and their whatever, aunts and uncles, whatever you want to call it. They deserve true justice fully. And I just don't feel, just like and I didn't feel in Kylie Rodney's case that's true justice. I don't feel, we know for a fact that we didn't get it out of Summer Wells' case. Deborah Collier's case, I don't feel that we got true justice out of that. I don't.
Absolutely.
So that's what I think, that's what I want, and that's what we do here. That's why we all get together like we do. We put everything together. We bang our heads together until we all have headaches, and then in the end, there's still nowhere any further along than we were. So it's aggravating, But anyway, like I said, that little crazy theory I had thrown at everybody, I said, you guys, then I don't think it's true. I don't, but it's the only thing if you take all the little pieces and throw it into a bowl that fits together. It's insane, but it fits together in a sense, you know. I truthfully, I feel like it's something completely different, but we're not going to know. And the other thing is none of us have the patience to want to wait until June to know anything solid enough to put something real together too. We don't. We want this done now, because it's been long enough. Okay.
Right. Let's just hope it doesn't get a continuance for some reason, like somebody else's case. I know.
Don't say that out loud. Please.
Sorry.
Don't say that. Oh my God. you know what's going to happen. And just like I said, I have a bad feeling, and I truly believe in innocent until proven guilty. I do, you know. And I said, I think it was over at Publicly Buzz. They were talking about something, and I said, I feel like if he gets acquitted of this and found innocent of this.
Hey, Gina.
I said they're going to burn Moscow to the ground, guys. There's going to be so many people that are going to go nuts over this. They really will. What's up, Gina?
They will.
They will. Because there's so many people that have him in the electric chair already, guys. They really do. So let me say this. Just looking, learning, speculating, and all is alleged. That's right. Just my thoughts on what I see and I want. That's amen, Sylvia. Thank you. And not you. That's why we all work so well together in here, guys. You guys are great. You guys are amazing. Is that Dark Shadows? I can't read that font. Does it say Dark Shadows something Bara history? That's really cool looking. Welcome. If I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry, but welcome. It's great to have you here. Welcome, Miss Gina. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us, hon. I know you think Curtis Spencer is a tool. Is a tool.
That's what I thought, Derek. Dark Shadows is Derek.
Oh, is it? Oh, all right, Derek. Thank you. It's all right. It's cool either way. I love that.
I was like, Dark Shadows. I know that. What is it?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Derek. I was like, there it is.
Where did it go? But I'm gonna send you everything he got at the park where Rachel's. Okay, Pookie, no worries, hon. Absolutely, it's all right. And let's see. Jules said, if that happens, Bryan Kohberger will own. Oh my God, yes. And he's gonna have to go hide for a long time because he'll be hunted like an animal. I promise you. Okay, send it to. Thank you, Pookie, hun. I appreciate that so much. We are going to. We'll dive into that one too. Absolutely. It's beautiful out today. It's supposed to be 10 times nicer tomorrow. So if you guys have that option, once I shut my mouth, get outside and do it. Check it out. So does anybody have anything else in regards to this? How long have we been live for now?
Almost 4.
Yeah, I think it's about time we bring it to the end. And don't forget, everybody, where to go. Heather put it up a couple of times now, and I looked at it and didn't look at it. So where did it go? I'm such a mess, guys. But you're all here listening to me be a mess. So that must mean something's right. Anywho, tonight, at 7 p.m. Eastern time, guys, I'm doing the Nexus already. I don't know how you guys deal with that down there. Sorry, Jules. There you go. I did. Okay, thank you, Nikki. There it is, Heather. Thank you, and thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. Tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, guys, I'm going to share the true story behind the. It's a TV series called The Act. There's been another movie that's out somewhere. In fact, when I get off here, I'll be going back to watching the rest of it because it's that interesting to me, even though I already know the true story. And it's about Gypsy Rose Blanchard. It's, real quick. Her mother had Munchausen by proxy. Let's do that one more time. Munchausen's by proxy. Oh, my God. And I'm surprised her whole head's not shaved, Jules. It's a very, very interestingly crazy story about a woman that had like I said, she had Munchausen by proxy, and she put her daughter through a living hell for years. Okay. And in the end, the mother ended up being unalived by her and her boyfriend because it drove her insane, in my opinion. And I feel very strongly that she should not have went to jail. Because I feel, as does Mama Bear, that it was kind of a self-defense type thing. She, you know, was trying to get out and live her life, and her mother could have killed her. And there's a rumor in that story. We're going to look that up later too, when we're doing this, that Dee Dee, the mother, may have unalived her own mother. So it's going to be a good one, guys. It's an interesting story to say the very least. Which Jules says, those stories are so odd to me. Like, okay, the mom thinks the kids are sick, but how that? Well, here's what happened with that. Everybody asked that question, and I even wondered that myself. She moved around a lot and went to different doctors, Jules, because anytime a doctor would start to get close to asking questions or something, she would, boom, I'm done, and go on to another doctor. So, but here's my question with that: is don't the medical records get transferred? Well, go ahead. You were getting ready to say it.
At that time, they wouldn't have been digital.
Right. See, there it is. And you just don't do that. And if she said, you know, she can go to a doctor and they're like, well, what about her medical records? Well, she doesn't have any.
Yep.
I mean, this woman did some insane things to her child. She kept she's a pretty girl. She really is.
Mm-hmm.
She'll be getting out of prison. She went to prison for this. She's getting out in December. The mother kept her head shaved, as if she had some kind of a disease. In a wheelchair, she could walk. She had a tube feed in her. She could eat. None of that stuff happened. It needed to happen. She had surgeries that didn't need done. She was on medications she didn't need. I mean, it's pure insanity, guys. It's pure insanity.
You're right, Sylvia. She did. Now that you say that, I remember.
Exactly.
She said that lost them in Katrina.
That's right. That's right. That is right. Thank you, Sylvia. And then Nikki says, and she medicated Gypsy as she saw fit to push the symptoms of the illnesses. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The woman was on her own medication. She'd get up in the morning and get Gypsy ready, which was insane because Gypsy could stand up and do her own thing, but she had to make it look right and did all this. And then she'd take Xanax and sleeping pills and go sleep all day while Gypsy sat there and stared at the walls in her wheelchair. Well, she got smart and started getting on the internet and made a friend and blah, 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 as you'll see. If you guys haven't had the chance, check it out. It's called The Act. Hulu has it. If you have a Fire Stick, you can pull it up just about anywhere. It's a great series. And I can't, Mama Bear had the name earlier of the movie itself. I think it was a Lifetime movie. No, you said HBO.
I found it. It said HBO.
Okay.
Deadly Mom Dearest.
Deadly Mommy Dearest.
Yeah.
I think that was what it was called. You're right.
Something along those lines anyway.
Right. I know the story. I am honestly not mad at her. I'm not either. I feel bad for her that she had to go to prison.
Yeah.
Give me one moment, everyone.
Right, Jules. And that's why I didn't understand why they couldn't have tried her for like self-defense. I mean, she was defending her life. Wow, that's interesting, Pookie. Mommy Dead and Dearest. Yes. Thank you, Heather. I know it was something with those 3 words in it. Whoa. It's very broken. I think it's kind of beyond broken. Might even be shattered at this point. You have to be probably a pretty good hacker, Pookie, to get into the Ring doorbell register. But, I mean, people have hacked into other things, so it's, I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible. Hey guys, if you haven't registered, oh my goodness. Subscribe to Heather's channel. She has her own channel now. It's Heather X, and she has the YouTube up there. And since I'm co-host, I can't like click on it to make it show up on the screen. So sorry. You can't even, it's called ICO, and you can't even install a Ring camera without registering and paying a fee. Interesting. But that's only in the UK, right, Pookie? It's not here.
All right, guys. Mrs. Dago says hello, everyone, and thank you all for being here.
Hello, Miss Brandy.
She's getting off of work and just does what she does with me. ICO, and you install Ring camera, whatever it is. I got you. Okay. So yes, guys, tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm hoping to see you all as we go over the story of Miss Gypsy Blanchard. I never say it right. And I think it'll be a good one, guys. Thank you guys all so much for being here today. I appreciate you guys so much. We did, Sylvia. We did the Eileen Warno story 2 weeks ago. We've done a lot, Sylvia. You've missed a lot of the evening shows we've done, but it should be, that one should be, oh no, that one's not. I'll put it back live, or I can send it to you directly, because that one had a lot of no, that one's up, isn't it?
That should be up.
Yeah, that one should be up. If you go back and look, Sylvia, that one's
White
up.
Dahlia we had to take down because
that's the one we took down, because that was graphic. Yeah,
yeah.
Pretty real graphic. But yeah, it should be up there if you want to go check it out, hon. And then
Aww.
It's okay. You're here now. That's what matters. I'm so glad you're back,
Right.
by the way. We've missed you so much. All you guys that have popped back in here. Now we're missing Green Eyes. I haven't seen her in a while. I hope
I know.
In other words, every camera is registered in a list, and everyone paid fees to the government. I'm sure people who are traffic cops get that info right. I got you. So again, folks, thank you guys so much for joining us today. I appreciate every bit of what you guys did. Nikki, it was so glad to hear your voice. Thank you for calling in. Just every bit of it today. I think today was a good stream, other than my crazy theory, but I just had to throw that out there for you guys to see what everybody thought with what we had, what I put together in my mind. And that's not even being bad. That's really not even going that offbeat with what we know, guys. I mean, it's very possible that it could happen that way. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it did that happen that way, but I'm just saying, you know. All right, Larry, thanks for joining us, brother. It's so great to have you here. And I hope to see you tonight if possible.
Hi, Larry.
A lot of us have, Sylvia. A lot of us have, trying to find things that we're praying that'll make sense. So I get it. Thank you, Heather, for that. The true crime behind the movies we've covered this far, there's the link for it. Thank you so much. If you want to jump and click on that link there, Sylvia, it should take you right to it. By the way, everybody, please, if you can, please leave a comment after the show today, whether you loved it or hated it, like me or hate me. Either way, just let me know. We appreciate that so much. Share it out. Leave some DNA on the like button for me. I appreciate that so much. Looking
Did you
forward to
do your poll about the times? We can do it another day.
Say again.
The poll about whether starting earlier or later.
Oh, yeah. Let me throw that up real quick. Thank you for reminding me. Real quick, this will be the end of it then. Thank you for reminding me that. We've been tossing around whether or not we should stick with the 11 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time going live, or if we should bump it ahead and go like 12 or 12:30 in the afternoons. So I'm just going to type in here early or later. Oh. Oh, later. I'll just put later. If not, if you guys, you know how it's going to work out. Sorry. I'm going to type it and ask me what I was just thinking. Later starting time. There we go. For streams. If you want me to do it that way and you like it, say yes. If not, say no. Very simple. It takes a little crazy to compete with crazy. That is a fact, bro. A huge fact. So thank you guys. Vote on that real quick. Meanwhile, there's an awful lot of bodies. I think they're in the closed bomb shelters in the parks. That's been talked about a lot down that area too, Pookie. A lot. There's a lot of underground stuff going on over there. So again, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope to see most of you guys this evening. And again, please leave me comments. Even if it doesn't pertain to this, what we talked about today, anything we've ever talked about, or nothing at all. If you didn't like the way my hair looks, you know, if you've seen a booger in my nose,
you got a case you want us to research?
Yeah, absolutely. Please, if there's any cases that you guys, because we try to look into everything you guys send us. I can promise you that I know Mama Bear and Heather both do. I try. They're already doing it most of the time, but I try. Either way, anything you think of that may come in, just like Pookie's been doing in here, she's got a whole other thing for us to look at. And we've already got a whole week's worth of stuff to go, so we're going to stay busy. That's a good thing. And I appreciate all that. So yeah, anything at all you guys want to put in the comments, please do. Of course, like and subscribe if you haven't, which I know most of you guys have, because I got all these lovely meatballs in here floating around the sauce with us today. And I think that's about it. Everybody that is new in here, thank you so much for joining us and welcome. It's great to have you here. Anybody that may have donated to the Venmo, PayPal, or the Cash App, I do appreciate that more than you guys know, because at this point we really can use that. Anybody that threw out super chats or stickers, thank you so much for that as well. We will get that next month, and that is so very appreciated. I think I covered everything, didn't I?
I think so.
Oh, and again, guys, if you can't, or if you can, don't forget my lovely co-host over here. She's got her own channel, and she also accepts tips to her PayPal and Cash App as well, because you know she probably more than I do. Miss Heather has a channel that she's putting out, by the way. If you throw your link up, Heather, I appreciate that too. She just started up her own channel, guys. If you want to check her out, you got to know it's going to be good. I give you guys so many links every day. I don't know how you keep up with it. I don't. But thank you guys for that one. There's link. I know that she's got to go over to my channel. Thank you. There's Mama's link to her channel, guys. Crime Time with Mama Bear. Check it out. Show some love and please subscribe. She deserves it just as much as Miss Heather does with her new channel, guys. Simply Heather X. Dear little alien, because she's from another planet. That's what she keeps telling us.
Okay.
And Miss Stacy is still here. Thank you so much. Don't you even worry about that, dear. Don't you even worry about subscribing or any of that, or being a member, whatever that is, hon. You can subscribe without being a member. You don't have to do that. I'm just glad to see you here and doing okay. That's all that matters to me. And again, Absolutely. You guys, you and your whole family's in our thoughts and prayers, and will be on a daily basis, my dear. And I just, once again, wish you absolutely nothing but the best. If you're not doing anything tonight, Stacy, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, please jump in. It's definitely going to be interesting. to go over. It'll take your mind off things, to say the very least. Okay. We love you so much, and that goes for every one of you guys. I love each and every one of you guys absolutely to death. Do not forget, you guys, to love yourselves and love each other. Do not change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. Mama Bear, thank you so much once again for joining me, and I will see you all a little bit later.
Don't forget the poll. You got to close the poll.
Oh, that's right. I almost left. God, I'm such a damn dunderhead. It's insane. I told you guys, if I was doing this by myself, can you imagine? Everybody said 57% said yes and 42 said no. So I guess we'll be starting later. All right. Thank you for your info, folks. Appreciate you. 7 votes. That's it. Well, whatever. Either way, it's still one out.
4 or 5 are listening. That's okay.
Right. See you later too, April. I hope so, and we love you as well, guys. I do love you guys, each and every one of you guys, to death. You have a great day, Jules. Thanks so much for jumping in and spitting your insight into everything today. Once again, Nikki, thank you for calling. I appreciate you guys. And again, Mama Bear, thank you so much for joining me today. I do appreciate you. Thunderhead, love you. Yes, I'm Thunderhead. All right, guys. Have a great rest of your day, guys. Enjoy the outside if you can, and I'll see you guys tonight. Mama Bear, take care.
All right. Bye, guys.